Good morning, distinguished guests and honored participants. This is Nirvan, an English instructor at University of Jordan. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you all today to the first Honorary Professors Forum. This forum represents a significant milestone in the distinguished history of our institution, celebrating the profound contributions of our esteemed honorary professors and fostering a platform for intellectual exchange. To begin this momentous event, it is my great privilege to introduce a distinguished leader whose contributions have profoundly shaped the direction and success of our institution. Under his visionary leadership, our university has flourished, setting new benchmarks in academic excellence and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming His Excellency, the President of the University of Jordan, Professor Nadir Abadat.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, our esteemed guests, dear colleagues. Welcome to the University of Jordan's first Honorary Professor Forum, Facilitating Creativity. I am delighted to see so many guests here on the grounds of the University of Jordan. I am particularly honored to extend a warm welcome to our distinguished speakers and chairs. Thank you all immensely for your invaluable assistance and immeasurable contribution to the education, research, and innovation and development of new strategies for our work here at the University of Jordan and in Jordan in the coming years. It's today's session's central and debatable issues. I think we need to develop together higher education here in Jordan. Please help us in that. I think key questions we may need to discuss today, if possible, to have conclusions. I think one of the questions is regarding the governmental universities and its governance. What about the governmental control on university? Do we need it actually, or we may live without it? Because the University of Jordan, when it started without control from the government. Another significant area of discussion, I think, what is the future of education? Are we expecting sudden and momentous transformation, or will the change be rather gradual, consistent, and appropriate? I think this is an important question. Everyone is saying that we will see catastrophic changes in education. Is it true? A third point I may suggest for discussion today is the issue of engaging universities directly with the industries and how it's possible for higher education institutions to become real, respected partners with the industry. I don't know how we can convince the industry to be our real partners. I look forward to see and to hear questions and perspectives, your perspectives about these questions. And finally, allow me to thank you all for accepting our invitation to be part of our university community. We are truly honored to have you among us, and I hope that you are enjoying our beautiful country, Jordan, our beautiful city and other cities in Jordan, and our campus, the campus of the University of Jordan. Thank you again, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Founded in 1962, University of Jordan stands as a beacon of academic excellence, research innovation, and cultural enrichment. Now, let's watch a short video that showcases the journey of our institution and its academic progress.
مضت 6 عقود وما زالت الجامعة الأردنية تتربع على قمة الهرم في التعليم العالي. المغفور له الحسين البهني كان يؤمن أن الاستثمار في الإنسان الأردني وعلمه هو أعظم استثمار، لذا وبرؤية من جلالته تأسست هذه الجامعة رغم التحديات، وجسدت مسيرة الهاشميين بقيادة عميد آل البيت الملك عبد الله الثاني بن الحسين صورا من البناء والعطاء المستمرين ساهم فيها الأردنيون بكل عزيمة وأصرار في بناء الأردن الحديث القادر على مواكبة العالم ومتطلبات العصر، فأحكمت عملها الأكاديمي والفني والمعلوماتي إحكاما جيدا من خلال تقديم الجامعة 280 برنامجا أكاديميا في جميع كلياتها في حرمها في قلب العاصمة عمان، والذي يضم 20 كلية، 10 كليات إنسانية و5 كليات طبية و4 كليات علمية وكلية للدراسات العليا، فيما أن فرع العقبة يضم 7 كليات إضافة إلى محطة الأبحاث الزراعية في وادي الأردن المخصصة لتعليم وتدريب طلبة كلية الزراعة في مجالات الإنتاج النباتي والحيواني. تعتبر الجامعة الأردنية من أهم الجامعات على المستوى العربي والإقليمي والعالمي، وهي الخيار الأهم لكل الطامحين للحصول على تعليم عال نوعي لما تتمتع به من سمعة مشرقة. لهذا لم يكن غريباً أن تكون الجامعة الأردنية الأولى والوحيدة المصنفة محلياً في تصنيف شنغهاي العالمي، إضافة إلى دخولها ضمن أفضل 500 جامعة على مستوى العالم في تصنيف QS العالمي، وصدارة الجامعات الأردنية في تصنيف التايمز. كما وصنف أكثر من 16 تخصصاً ضمن أفضل 500 جامعة على مستوى العالم، فاستحقت عن جدارة أن تصبح من أفضل 10 جامعات على المستوى العربي. وصارت مثالاً يحتذى به ونموذجاً رائعاً لما يمكن أن يحققه العمل المؤسسي المتواصل للتطلع إلى الإجادة والامتياز في تقديم خدمة تعليمية بمعايير دولية. وقد حققت الجامعة إنجازات أكاديمية وبحثية ورائدة. من خلال بيئة تعليمية آمنة وملهمة ومحفزة ومتطورة تناسب جميع الاحتياجات وملائمة للطلبة ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. ولمواكبة التطور الطبي تم إنشاء وحدة جاما نايف في مستشفى الجامعة لتقديم الخدمات المتخصصة في جراحة الدماغ والأعصاب في جميع أنحاء الأردن، باستخدام جهاز آيكون الرائد في المنطقة في علاج أمراض المخ كالأورام وتشوهات الأوعية الدموية دون الحاجة للتدخل الجراحي. وأنشأت الجامعة مركزاً وطنياً وإقليمياً وعالمياً متميزاً بمعايير الاعتماد الدولية للمختبرات في العلاج بالخلايا الجذعية. وقد حقق الباحثون في المركز العديد من الإنجازات العلمية والبحثية. ولتسهيل حصول الطلاب والباحثين على المعرفة تم إنشاء مكتبة متميزة باستخدام القواعد القياسية والأساليب الحديثة المعتمدة على التكنولوجيا. وتعتبر الجامعة وجهة تعليمية جذابة للطلبة المحليين والدوليين نظراً لتنوع برامجها وتطور مرافقها. وتضم الجامعة جنسيات متنوعة مما يزيد من فرصة التعلم المشترك وتبادل الخبرات واكتساب مهارات التعاون الدولي وتخريج طلبة مستعدين لمواجهة التحديات العالمية والمساهمة في تحقيق التنمية المستدامة على المستوى العالمي. وضمن استراتيجية الجامعة بالتحول نحو العالمية، فقد استقطبت الجامعة مجموعة من الأساتذة الفخريين المتميزين في مجالاتهم الأكاديمية والمهنية من مختلف الجنسيات، مما عزز صورة الجامعة وتأثيرها في المجتمع المحلي والعالمي، إضافة إلى ما يشكله من حافز لدى الطلبة لتحقيق الإنجازات والابتكارات وريادة الأعمال والتفاعل الإيجابي في مختلف المجالات. هذه هي الأردنية أم الجامعات بكل خبراتها وإنجازاتها وقاماتها العلمية، تحمل رسالة سامية وفق رؤية هاشمية نيرة تسعى نحو مراتب السمو في المعرفة والإنسانية. هي اليوم جامعة راسخة بتجربة متميزة عاقدة العزم على المضي نحو قمم أخرى في آفاق العلم والعالمية.
Now, let me introduce our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to today's forum. Each of them has made significant contributions to their respective fields and will contribute diverse perspectives to today's discussion, offering multifaceted insights that will deepen our understanding and stimulate thought-provoking dialogue. Our first panel discussion is titled New Trends in Higher Education, and it is moderated by, first, Professor Ahmed Majdoube, an esteemed professor in English and American literature at University of Jordan. He held prestigious administrative positions at University of Jordan and in different institutions, both domestically and internationally. And Professor Yasser Rayyan, a renowned expert in medicine specializing in gastroenterology and hepatology and the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine at University of Jordan. Let us extend a warm welcome to the panelists.
Can we have our panelists? Good morning, everyone. Please. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Your Excellency, President Nadir Ubaydat, President of the University of Jordan, Your Excellencies, distinguished honorary professors and guests, esteemed vice presidents, deans, colleagues, and students, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address such a distinguished group of educators and scholars. Today we stand at the cusp of transformative era in education, driven by innovation and technological advancement. As we navigate the complexities of graduate and postgraduate education, we must embrace these innovations to enhance our teaching methodologies and improve learning outcomes. AI is revolutionizing education, providing our students with unprecedented tools and opportunities to excel in their fields. The choice between distance and on-campus education presents both opportunities and challenges. Our goal should be to find a harmonious balance that leverage the strength of both models. Innovative practices like reflex education and the flipped classrooms models are testament of our commitment to active and engaging learning. Other hot topics that we will try to address with our esteemed panelists is leveraging partnership with industry, the role of interdisciplinary education in fostering education, personalizing learning, micro-credentials, competency-based learning, and preparing students for lifelong learning. As we move forward, let's remain committed to fostering an environment of innovation and excellence in education. Together, we can overcome the challenges and ensure that our students are not only well-educated, but also well-prepared to lead and innovative in their respective fields. Thank you. Dr. Ahmed.
Your Excellency, the President of the University of Jordan, Professor Nadir Ubaydat, Excellencies, distinguished scholars, dear colleagues, good morning to you all. It is indeed a great honor for us at UJ to be welcoming our world-class honorary and adjunct professors, 7 of whom will be our panelists in the opening session, with the session focusing on new trends in higher education, with emphasis on innovation in teaching and learning, as well as the role of emerging technologies in shaping the future of higher education. For more than 30 years, we have been talking about a fast-changing world. At this point in time, we are talking about more than this, much more. We are talking about fundamental transformations and leaps. And a lot of this is due to emerging technologies. And for us in the world of higher education, one primary concern is how these technologies and these transformations will impact teaching and learning. The impact is already felt. And since even before the COVID-19 pandemic, we have been witnessing and practicing new forms of learning enabled by emerging technologies, such as online and blended learning. And UJ, we should underscore, has been at the very forefront, not only implementing, but leading the process of transformation. That we need to update and upgrade our teaching and learning strategies, methods, and tools is crystal clear. And technology is an enabler in this regard. Overall, the push is for flexible learning, which is now seen as the all-encompassing umbrella, which includes so many forms of learning, many of which are technology-based. And all of this is good. The million-dollar question, however, is, I should say, $2 million questions. Are we doing things the way they should be done? And are we doing enough? A lot of us who have been involved in teaching and learning for some time know one fundamental premise very well. Pedagogies and technologies are often way ahead of teachers and institutions, way ahead of us. And the latter, we need time to catch up and realize efficiently and effectively the potential at both ends. The role of an institution devoted to learning excellence is to enable and ensure the efficiency and effectiveness of structured and sustained ways. Structured and sustained are the two magic words here. Ultimately, it is easier to start something than to stay the course and finish, as there are many challenges involved in implementation. A lot of explaining, training, advocacy, monitoring, reflection, assessment, follow-up, and adjustment needs to be made to ensure that all those involved in the new forms of teaching and learning are on the same page, and that doing all of these things should be done according to intended learning outcomes. A lot of hard work and patience is needed for success to happen. And the wish, the hope, is that we do not give up too easily. We do not succumb in the face of obstacles and mishaps and fall back on old ways. Old ways may be convenient. Old ways may be even attractive. But old ways do not live up to the needs of new times. New times need new ways, at least a mixture of the old and the new. We hope our esteemed panelists in this session will, through the ideas they will be presenting, help us focus the lens more sharply and stay the course more steadfastly. And thank you so much.
Let me introduce, can you hear me? Okay, let me introduce our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Professor Mary Therese. She's from the School of Dentistry. She's the head of pediatric dentistry at King's College London. And she's a director of SIDACOR, an international research collaboration spanning Brazil and Middle East. Our second guest is Professor Shahrukh Shariat from the School of Medicine. He's the chairman of the Department of Urology, Medical University of Vienna, Austria. And he's a doctor honoris causa from Semmelweis University, Hungary. He is a renowned scholar and internationally recognized researcher, voted as the most influential doctor in his specialty in 2020. Our third esteemed panelist is Professor Jim Haslam. He is from the School of Business, University of Durham. He's an internationally recognized researcher in the critical social analysis of accounting and related practices. Professor Jim Haslam is a full-time professor and has a 35-year of experience as an educator. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Karen Sanders, who had the pleasure to meet at the School of Business the other day. Dr. Sanders is a professor of human resources and management and an organizational psychologist at the School of Management and Governance. She is the Senior Deputy Dean for Research and Enterprise, Business School, University of New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. Our fifth panelist is Professor Farhan Saif. He's from the School of Science. He's the chairman of Department of Electronics at Qaid-i-Azam University, Islamabad, from Pakistan. and he is the founding head of Department of Physics, National University of Science and Technology. And our last but not the least, Professor Martin Hyman from the School of Pharmacy. He's an adjunct associate professor in the practice of pharmacy from the University of Dublin. He's a consultant to the European Directorate for the Quality and Safety of Medicines and Pharmaceutical Care. The way how we will start this session is Dr. Ahmed will start with a question, and I will go with the second, and if there is any follow-up questions, we can also do that as well. Dr. Ahmed, please start.
Thank you very much, Professor Yasser. I will be asking our panelists the first question, and we appreciate an answer in about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, so that we can cover a lot of other questions. And the first question we would like to start with is to ask our distinguished panelists if they can kindly share with us their own experience and philosophy of the teaching and learning process based on their own experience. And maybe I should start like with my colleague to my right, and then we just can go down the line.
Thank you very much, Professor. Mr. President, thank you very much for the honor of inviting us here and giving us this opportunity. I suppose my philosophy of teaching is rooted in 3 things. It's my personal interests and intentions, also the determinants which arise from my academic discipline, which are around scholarship and research, and then in addition to that, looking at embedding those within my profession, which is that of pharmacy, and therefore its relationship to patient care and to the health service, and then finally embedding that within those of my university, which has a set of graduate attributes around thinking, around behavior, responsible behavior, around developing as a professional, and around communicating effectively. So that it embeds within those. It is learner-centered, but having said it's learner-centered and listening to everyone talking about flexibility, that flexibility is nevertheless constrained by the academic requirements for scholarship and for teaching. So, and constrained by the necessity for assessment. It's not necessarily all about flexibility in the sense of convenience. And in particular within the health service, of course, we have to remember that health service professionals will end up in situations which are new to them, which require urgent attention there and then to care for a patient. So they must be prepared to do difficult things with only limited information. So in my teaching and in my research, I try to mentor my students to be able to respond to these types of situations and to do so within the professional code of practice, which is set out for us within the profession of pharmacy. So I think that's about 2 minutes, so I will stop there just in case.
Thank you so much. Professor, please.
Well, thank you first for inviting me here, and I'm really happy to be at the University of Jordan. As you asked about the philosophy of teaching, so it should be flexible in developing the goals, and they should be courageous enough to get to develop the skills required to achieve those goals. So this I would be saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start as well to thank you for this invitation. It was an honor to be Wednesday and Thursday in the business school. I really loved it. It's an honor to be here. I recognize all the friendly people, the friendly way people are dealing with each other. So I'm really impressed by University of Jordan. I met the Dean of Medicine, and I really like it. Okay, back to the question. I want to make a couple of points. First, most important in my idea is that teaching cannot be without knowing how to collect data and knowing how to do a research, because we all know that at the moment you learn something, it's all tomorrow. So you need to know how to find evidence-based knowledge. If you don't have that knowledge, then the year that you graduate, you don't know how to handle further. So I think that's very, very important, that there is always a connection between teaching and doing a research and know how to find evidence-based knowledge. The second remark I want to make is that it's important that there's a connection, and it was mentioned before, a connection with industry. Societal impact will become more and more an important issue. And if you, as a student and as a staff member, you don't have any involvement with industry, you are behind, in my opinion. You need to know what is going on in every community, so having a good connection between academia and industry is very important, and not only for staff members, not only for academics, but for students as well. Last point I like to make, maybe one more. Coming from a business school, it's very important that there's business in every program, because students cannot go without having some information about management, banking and finance, accounting. That is very important. Last and final remark from me is that I think we should be very careful about the influence of government on our programs. And we are going to talk more about it today, but I'm very reluctant to have a lot of influence from government about what we are teaching, which PhDs we have, which PhD programs we have. Okay, for me.
Yeah, thank you very much. Delighted to be here today with an opportunity to talk about these important issues, and delighted to be welcomed here to the University of Jordan. It's very difficult to ask an academic to talk within 2.5 minutes, of course, as I'm sure you will appreciate. You know, I'd like to begin by saying there are two key stakeholders very clearly in the university context. One is the academic community, and the other the students. Clearly, there are two key stakeholders, but they're not the only ones. The academic community need to be able to serve the role of critic and conscious of society. That's very important. Maybe that relates to some of the comments that we've had already. And to develop new and innovative ideas for discussion in society. The students, really, we are concerned about developing their intellectual, practical, and communicative abilities. And this is a very important thing and should be understood broadly. You know, when you talk about other stakeholders of the university context, you can say many, but let's just talk about society generally. They are a key stakeholder, and we're trying to be relevant. So it's very important in that context to establish good dialogue and communication with all those stakeholders, and not to run away from that. So in the context of something like accounting, where we have professional accreditation, where we have an interest, just like Chris Kanston was saying there, of interacting with industry, where we have an interest more generally, as many parts of university have, in increasing accessibility, and where we have an interest in offering students these opportunities. It tends to translate into a demand for more and more content, and therefore there is great opportunity in using the new resources and new technologies to realize that potential. And that's the way I think we should see that, those new technologies. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much, as everybody has said already, for this incredible event. It shows your commitment to education, to progress, to innovation, as a motor in your country, in the region, and beyond that. And I applaud for this event and really think it's something that should be, and I'm going to go back certainly to my institution and say, look, we need to do something similar. So this is a major question, I think, the philosophical approach. And my colleagues have already talked a little bit about the bigger picture. I want to take it a little bit to my personal. I think education is the motor for a better future, for bridging the world, the challenges we have, to looking at how to integrate innovations to create a better life for all humans. So it's essential, and we all are here. And as teacher, our goal is to really take that little fire that is there and to make it a big flame and give the students an opportunity to be ambassadors, to be lifelong engaged, and to be happy with what they're doing, and to pass on that fire. So I think in my personal philosophy or things or strategies that I do to really translate that philosophy of education is essential for our society, which is often not understood. It's about skills, it's not about knowledge, is really to talk about 4 bigger things. One is, I think we need to actively engage the students, right? That has changed, because if you look at today, you look at 200 years back, and we talked about it a little bit in your introduction, and today the classrooms are the same, but every 5 years we have innovations, concepts are coming, and we're going to talk about AI and technological progresses. But basically, your philosophy doesn't change. It's one, have the active engagement of the students, that they are part of the story, they're engaged, they're having fun, and they're growing with it. Number 2, I think what we as teachers in our philosophy need to foster that creativity that the people have, that creativity that they have in them, and grow it and make it more engaging, and have them be part of the teaching concept and take it further. Number 3, I think we need to be very adaptable, flexible. Our learners are very diverse. The learning abilities are diverse, have strengths, weaknesses, and different interests, and we need to really adapt to that and give to them what they need. Our goal is, as a teacher, to be adaptive to their needs, and we're going to talk about globalization and equity in care in teaching, so that's very important. And one thing that I think is the most important we can give to these people is the skills, and we heard it before, that lifelong teaching and learning is a lifelong endeavor. And each of our students is going to be a teacher somewhere. So that lifelong continuous learning we have to embed in their life. So I think that is very important for concept that I try to always, when I engage, keep in mind. Thank you.
Again, I'd like to say it's a real honor to be here. Thank you very much. And I have the big advantage of going last. I can say that I agree with all the statements that have gone before. All I have to add, I think, is 2 things. Remembering that I am a children's dentist, and we are teaching children's dentistry. So part of the ethos that I have is, first of all, professionalism, but also good communication, not just to the patient who is the child. And after all, our students have to work with their fingers in the end, somehow. But secondly, also with the parents and with the family. I'm glad that a professor here mentioned lifelong learning. My ethos in engendering this is to try to produce students that are curious. I think they come to me already curious. They're curious and keen to learn. I have to try to keep that so that at the end they are still as curious and still as questioning at the end of the process compared to how they are at the start. I want to maintain their curiosity, and I want to maintain their individuality. Students learn in different ways, and in the end, it's not a course, is not a good course, I believe, if all the students come in looking different and leave the course being the same, and especially being the same as me. So I actually have to, in my philosophy, ensure that I don't become biased and judgmental myself, that I want to create all the students in my own likeness. I don't. I want them to stay curious and be themselves, but be a better and stronger version of themselves. And part of that, a big part of that ethos of maintaining the curiosity is also to maintain their ability to reflect and to critique, not just the science and the literature and the data, but to critique themselves. Because how can you learn lifelong if you don't learn from your own mistakes? And you can't learn from your own mistakes unless you put your hand up and say, I goofed. My students all know that I say I goof all the time, right? So I think it's important that we engender that and create the environment that it's okay to get it wrong, so long as you say you've got it wrong, and then you have an idea of how to fix it. And I think that there is no barrier to using new technologies within that ethos, not at all. But there's only a problem if the new technology takes over the teaching and makes all the teaching the same and tries to create everyone to be the same. And also, if the new technology is used for everyone to get it right and to get the highest score. It's okay to get it right, it's good to get it right, but it's also fine to make some mistakes as long as you learn from them. And I think that's the biggest challenge actually going to be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marie. I'm not really sure if we are going to keep the advantage, knowing that you just arrived 3 hours ago. But to emphasize, active student-centered learning, engagement, professionalism, encourage our students to think critically and also to apply their knowledge to real-world problems. My second question is going to be about post-COVID era, where we have seen major changes in education that you have probably experienced at your institution. Specifically, we are trying to address here on campus or face-to-face versus distant learning, hybrid models. Which one do you advocate? And whether you have any concerns about distant learning versus on-campus learning, pros and cons, please. Yes.
I've lost my advantage. I get to go first this time. Well, COVID was a shock to us all. I came away seeing a lot of advantages with it, to be honest. The simplest one was in my setup in London, we have 3 campuses with a hospital. So we were always moving between campuses, always running to the seminar. I prefer face-to-face seminars because frankly, they're a lot more fun, okay? Because our seminars are, I create a safe bubble where it's okay for the student to get it wrong. I'll say the worst that will happen is that I will not, there's no grade, but I may laugh at you, forgive me, But so sometimes having the face-to-face environment with food, with some cake, too much cake, and remember in dentistry and coffee. But sometimes it's good to do face-to-face because it's fun and it gets everyone talking a bit more flexibly. But the other advantage is it saves so much time to do some hybrid type seminars so that we have more clinical time and less time traveling to try to get to meetings and less time traveling to try to get to seminars. I know that there's a question later on about lectures. I gave up lectures many, many years ago. I reduced our lecture program to just the bare essential, maybe 3 or 4 maximum, just for issues that need a bigger picture so that the students can understand and then read further with understanding. So I think that a hybrid style module for the more didactic education and the seminars can be useful, but I think you have to try and figure out the balance between the two.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think the landscape of teaching, learning, and has dramatically changed because of COVID, but not only because of COVID, which just accelerated a lot of things we should have done a long time ago. As I mentioned at the beginning, if you look at the classroom 200 years ago and now, there's not much difference, but the rest of the world has dramatically changed. So it just has pushed us to really rethink it and re-administer and reintegrate or start to integrating a lot of the technological advances in our learning and our teaching process. So I think the technological integration has been really an important step. We heard about the rise of online education programs, but we also have a change in the whole culture and in the society. And I think it's very important to realize that part of this is the personalized learning that has happened now, which before was not that strongly as part of our credo, or of our belief system. So we have adaptive learning systems, we have integrated things where we can do data analytics and so on. So I think this has changed a lot, and we're going to talk about AI a little bit later on. I think that's going to be very important. But what has also all these online courses changed? We have globalized learning. We have equity in learning. You can take classes all around the world, which was before not possible, or we could at distance learning part-time be there, so with the blended learning and so on, you can do a lot of things. Both have plus and minuses. And I think, as you mentioned, specifically in the healthcare system or in the medical system, you know, I said also in my, you need to have some active engagement with hands-on workshops and so on, which is, you know, you cannot forego that. That is very important. Also the personal touch and being in a room and having that certain dynamics that is created can be at risk. But I think it's all this is a progress, and we're going to see a tremendous changes happening. AI will, again, accelerate and change all that, because maybe the teacher is going to change as well, because at the moment is how we deliver the learning has changed, but we need to really rethink, and applaud you again, how the teacher is going to change and how we're going to adapt to the needs personalized of the students and the risks that come and the moral and ethical values with that.
Yeah, just to say I would agree with the previous comments. I guess an upside of that terrible pandemic is that we were able to see the possibilities of various new technologies. And as I was saying earlier, we have so many challenges with education, both in terms of the accessibility, individuality of student experiences. We've touched upon that to some extent. Professional accreditation, interface with industry and so on, which kind of pushes the boundaries of what we would like to do, kind of increases it, you know, the amount of work that we have to do. And similarly, thinking about pedagogic issues, which there's some fantastic developments out there in pedagogy, you know, that we're actually seeing in practice. So, and again, that usually involves more work as well. And so in that particular context, to have the possibilities of the new technologies is really important. I think, consistent with what the previous speakers have said, it may well vary between the different subject areas, and that itself is a dynamic as well. But maybe the upside, if there is an upside of a pandemic, could be, you know, that we thought more about how we could deliver these things in a hybrid way, and to the benefit of the entire community.
To follow up, as you all know, Australia was completely blocked during the pandemic, and that meant that for all the academics we needed to go online overnight, and it was a big shock for all the teachers at our place and worldwide. And we found out that the students were knew much more than we were able to do. So I think we all learned to work with technology. After the pandemic, you see that more people are going back to face-to-face. And in a way, I think it's a pity, because we should have learned much more from the pandemic. On the other hand, we all know that the concentration of students and of people for lifelong learning is more 2 to 4 minutes. So what we are doing in the lectures, and maybe what we are doing now today, people find it difficult, students find it difficult to really listen for 45 minutes. So in a way, we are going more to hybrid. but not in a way that we have people online and that we have people face-to-face, because I think that is a challenge for every teacher, because you always have the idea that you are not paying enough attention to one group. If you focus more on face-to-face, you have the idea that you don't pay enough attention to the online people and the other way around. So I have the idea we are much more moving to a system where people can make a choice when and where to do some teaching. So that means that there needs to be a lot of recording, short, very short, a short interview, a short video, 4 minutes max, then a couple of questions, some papers to study, then an exam, and then to the next module. So the hybrid work should be, or the hybrid learning should be in a complete other way than we did before the pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Sanders. Let's try to stick to the 2 minute. We have a lot of questions to address, actually, so thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I remember in 2003, I was visiting University of Camerino. It's a small university in Italy, and it was interesting to see that at that time, they decided to go all online. And the major argument was that, okay, it is cheaper, it is easier to reach the students, and it is it's another mode of teaching, so why not to go for that? During the pandemic days, all the world did the same experiment. So we were forced to do the teaching online. And there are various things which we observed. I mean, there are positive and negative aspects. So a positive thing which we may say is it's faster, it's easier, it's easy to engage large number of people. But the bad thing is that it is not having face-to-face contact. It is all the time passive. So you don't know what is the motivation level on the other side, how it is easy to engage the students on the other side. So it is very much based on the motivation of the students eventually. So here we may think on a hybrid scenario which is far better, which should be having assessments, and it should be assignment-based, it should have assessments, it should be engaging the student all the time, and there should be courses devised in such a manner, the project-oriented and so on. So that would be quite useful if we talk in terms of the hybrid scenario. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll be as quick as I can. The first issue, I suppose, really was mentioned earlier, and that was during the COVID pandemic, was to be able to maintain the contact, the relationship, and to continue the relationship with the students when online. And as the speaker to my right here has just said, that actually is quite difficult. So it was a new set of skills that we needed to learn as to how to engage and to judge the degree of commitment from the students when we were online. I don't think it simply relates to the delivery. I think it relates to the types of tools we use and adapting the material and the assessments to that process of engagement and a clear structure moving forward for the students in their learning. And then the other thing I would say, which nobody has mentioned so far, is that the really big problem for us during the COVID pandemic was the process of assessment. Because the process of assessment was far more difficult, it was far more likely to be undermined, so the academic integrity of the assessment was much more difficult to maintain. I would also say one other thing, and that is that what we have come to is a blended approach. And the blended approach has to be the mixture of the face-to-face, the online, with the emphasis on learning and the standard of learning and so on. So I'll end there. Thank you.
Well, first of all, I'm glad that many of our panelists are emphasizing the hybrid or the blended. And I should say that the University of Jordan has prioritized blended learning even before the pandemic. We started like 2016, and now we have, in fact, a system in place, and then the university is really a leader in this. My question is as follows. There's a lot of, whenever there is anything new, there is a lot of interest in it. And at this point in time, everybody is talking about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. What can we do about this? And I understand that when talking to our panelists over coffee, that some of them are not fans of answering this question about AI. Nevertheless, I think this is a good opportunity to just see what people think. So I think my question is two-part. First of all, do you have any thoughts about how artificial intelligence can actually be employed within a teaching learning situation? Are there any experiences anywhere in the world? Are people actually implementing AI? And are there concerns that have emerged? So just again, your quick thoughts on the subject, please.
Okay, a few quick thoughts. I would not be one of the ones who was a great fan, but that's partly because it's not really my area of expertise. I suppose the first thing is, yes, obviously I can see a role for AI, particularly when we were talking about both gathering data, reviewing the literature and so on, and there are many useful tools out there, and I think there is a process of familiarizing students with some of those tools which are being used by us as researchers at the moment. I think that's a valuable thing to do. I also think we have to take a critical approach to it, just as we do when we're teaching them literature searching, when they were doing it more manually before. So I think all of those things will come to fruition and be of value to us. I think the other thing that we perhaps strategically need to think about as institutions and as higher education in general is that AI is going to be driven by global corporations who have the money and the resources and are putting it into it at the moment, plus, of course, particular sectors which have a great interest in it, financial predictions, for example, and also, of course, defense and so on. So there are universities, in a sense, run the risk of actually being left behind by those organizations. So I have the feeling that we probably need to start to collaborate together in order to, one, establish some guidelines for our students and for ourselves, and also to try to leverage our position within the education sector. Thank you.
Yes,
well, looking at AI and seeing it very fastly coming to the classroom, it's unavoidable. I mean, we have to really give our students good time to prepare their knowledge based on AI. There are so many resources now. The only thing which is more worrisome is ethical problem. We should really, as teachers, we should really work on the tools which we're providing to the students, and with assurance that they are unbiased, so that the students should be really knowing the best possible resources which should be used in the teaching at every scale. So this is quite an important thing once we talk about the AI in education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was one of my points. I like to add another point. So the first one is we should learn students how to use it and when not to use it, and that is related to my second point. We should emphasize students what they can do and what they cannot do. And the ethical side is that we should teach them to be responsible. And when they use it, that they add it as a reference. At least in Australia, in Sydney, and we have a lot of Chinese students, they know how to pay for it, and they know how to use it, that it's almost impossible for teachers to find out. So, and we cannot deny, we cannot stop artificial intelligence. It's important that we learn students their responsibility and their ethical values.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, something like artificial intelligence is really...
Can you adjust the microphone, please?
Sorry. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, sorry. Something like artificial intelligence is like any other discovery or new idea or innovation. It can be put to good use, or it can be put to bad use. And sometimes we seem to have a problem coping with that. And I think the reason why we have a problem coping with that is we still, as a common humanity, if you like, we still haven't been able to get together, work together, recognize that commonality between us, and avoid the major things. I mean, you think about nuclear weapons as an obvious thing. You think about the invention of nuclear weapons. And really, we had a significant moral responsibility at that point. Well, we already had it, but we had a significant moral responsibility at that point to get together, to recognize our common humanity, and to put away some of the problems that have continued, unfortunately, in the world. I mean, they knew this in the 18th century, and it's sad that we've got to the situation we have today. I think artificial intelligence is of that nature in the broader society. In relation to universities, apart from ethical issues about grants, which I know that probably Martin will have some thoughts on in terms of experiences of grant offers at Trinity College in recent times. Apart from that dimension, I think it's relatively straightforward to think about the practice as something that we can use to enable things, to enable students, to enable academics in doing their work. It could be seen like that. And I think the more we can see it like that, the better. But we do need to, in some sense, discipline it as much as we can. Yeah. Thank you.
So there is no doubt that AI is the most transformative, innovation in education, not only for the teachers but the learners, right? And this is a changing time, and we need to be really engaged. But let's think about it: what AI can make possible for us all. It can personalize the learning, right? So you have adaptive learning systems. You have, like Netflix recommendations that can engage the student in short, long activities and adapt it to the students how he needs. It's enhanced our educational system, our engagement of the students. It has interactive tutors. No teacher can be as interactive as a, AI-driven tutoring machine that can happen. It's just impossible with the scale of teaching we need to do, the volume, and in a lot of the societies like here with a young, ever-growing student activity and volume of students, immersive learning. So if you think about it, also what it allows for us, it allows us some data-driven insights that we didn't have before. So we have learning analytics. We can also have predictive analytics, seeing where the student is not doing well and how we can preemptively interact. So all this is possible, which was before not possible at the scale and the depth that was before there. It also, for the universe, is going to be a game changer in the way administration will be done, right? Your admission processes, everything will change, and it may become streamlined, allow you to spend more time on teaching rather than on grading and other activities that you waste your time on. So I think that's going to be a lot of benefits that could come from it. Yes, the concerns are very honest and correct. There is possible biases. Algorithms can have biases. There's no transparency potentially in this whole game. There's privacy and security, as we talked about, these big machines, that can be an issue. Who controls that information? Our over-reliance on technology can be a problem as well. As you said, the student needs the human touch, It's a very important, that humanity activity behind it. And there's ethical consideration. But I truly believe that, and I think it's very important for us to be engaged and embrace that technology to create a positive and equitable educational ecosystem, if you want. And there's a long way to go.
Thank you. I think I agree with everything that has been said before. I am a technophobe. I mean, I have actually, from a research point of view, I've created computer games, serious games, but I hired a company to do that. I did the content and hired a company to do that. Maybe in future I could hire AI to do that. But what I learned from that process is that it helped with knowledge, but just because it helped with knowledge doesn't mean to say it actually helps with behaviour change and with practice. So there can be a gap between knowledge and actual practice. But I think the main point I want to make is that I work very hard to try and teach our students about critique of the literature, because one day they'll be out there in practice and a company will come and try and sell them something, and we'll give them data and papers and say, oh, this is the best thing ever. The students have to have the critique skills to know if that is good or if it's not. And I think the same is going to be AI. We've got it. We're going to have to use it. It's going to be there. But I think we're going to have to somehow teach the students, give them a skill to critique the AI that they're actually using so that they know if it's good and they know if it's bad. And what I do at present with the literature, I have to give them bad literature so that they know good literature when they can see it. So it's trying to give them exposure to it, even actually let it be maybe even hurtful in some ways, I don't know. But actually, as long as then from that they learn from it so that from lifelong, they're going to have it all their lives, then they'll be able to adapt and continue to make the right choices based on it.
Do you want to have a comment on the legal status of ChatGPT at your institution?
We don't know. It's as simple as that. We've actually got working committees looking at it at present, and we're doing just that. Fortunately, because we're more clinical skilled and a professional program, maybe it doesn't impact on us just as much because we're looking at clinical judgment and clinical reasoning. But nevertheless, we're having to deal with it. And certainly I've gone back to blended type examinations, and we're going back to having face-to-face clinical examinations for the first time this year.
May I add, I think in a medical world, now I'm just going to talk about, in the medical world, there's no doubt in healthcare that AI is going to be a game changer at many levels. So we're not talking about only how we are doing the surgeries, as a surgeon, the robotics and all the augmentation of realities and so on, but also in your decision making, because look at what is a physician doing today or a teacher. He's trying to integrate a complex information world and to talk to the patient. What is lost in all this is the art of medicine, the human interaction. Actually, AI will make that more possible than ever before, because now we're the interpret of the data with the patient. You can never take the human out of the equation, but he's focused on the human behind it and not trying to be a robot himself, integrating all the information of disease factors, these factors, predictive clinical trials, and so on. So I think AI will allow potentially humanity to come more out, and the role of the healthcare provider dramatically to change in its identity, not only in teaching, but also how we work. Because we're not only teaching students, we're also teaching the human, the society. I mean, as a university, we have a bigger role as a motor for innovation. Sorry.
Thank you. We understand medical education is going to be affected dramatically by artificial intelligence. Dr. Ahmed, we have quite a few questions. How about we can ask the first half of the panel to answer a question, and the second half go to the next question. So let's start with my next question, which is the engagement of industry in the universities. How has your institution leveraged partnership with industry? Maybe Dr. Hinman can start.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, I suppose to people outside of pharmacy looks to be a very business-focused profession, but nevertheless we have a very strict regulation in how we engage with industry, both in the community pharmacy sector, in the hospital sector, and in the industrial sector. I'll give you a quick flavour of how we have dealt with them in the industrial sector. Two things. First of all, on the research side, we are fortunate that the Government of Ireland recognises that in order to retain a viable pharmaceutical industry in Ireland, it must offer some degree of inducements to the industry, but inducements which are based on sustaining the industry in the country. So they offer inducements such as for every dollar that the industry contributes to certain types of research programs, the government might give $3, $4, $5 to that. And as the Americans would say, that is essentially a no-brainer, so they're delighted to take part. But most of those research projects are very specifically targeted at particular industry concerns. They involve multinationals from different countries, and they involve universities from different countries as well. So they are multinational and multi-university operatives. The other thing that we've done is listen to industry and their very particular needs. And one of them within the European Union is that they need people who are known as qualified persons. Qualified persons are allowed to approve pharmaceuticals for export from the European Union. This sounds like a very derivative kind of job, if you like. However, it is crucial if you want to export, so therefore the industry has a great need for them. These people start out with degrees in sciences rather than in health sciences, and so they need essentially a course to give them this qualification. So we have worked with industry and we have worked with the government's industry liaison body to create such a course which delivers to the industry. We run it in combination with the industry, and you would imagine that pharmaceutical companies would be highly protective of what goes on within their own manufacturing plants and say, we're not going to have our competitors come in and have a look. But in actual fact, it is completely the opposite of that. They are delighted to welcome their competitors in. They spend an awful lot of time talking to each other. They give us a huge amount of collaboration, and they gain a great deal from it. Thank you.
Professor Farhan, can you address that this engagement? How would prepare the graduates for their jobs, being ready for their jobs as well?
Well, when we train our students, keeping in view the market requirement, so they are the best candidate for the market. So we really have to pick up the topics which are going to connect our, which are going to enhance public-private partnership. So this would be far better in developing such curriculum, such areas of interest which are very much valuable in the present day industry. So we have to inspire our students in that direction. Eventually, our students are more inspired already, instead of going to the basic sciences, going to those topics which are market oriented. So it is good for them to have jobs and to have future career as well. Thank you.
Okay. I like to add that we are really active, motivate teachers and academics to have industry engagement, and that makes that our students are highly employable. And that was one of the most important arguments that in last year in the QS ranking we moved from 41 to 19, which is very high. And we have not only industry engagement for our research, but for teaching as well. And I really believe in the combination of research, teaching, and industry engagement, because otherwise students are not employable for the labor market when they graduate. Therefore, we spend a lot of money, and we all know that if you want to change behavior from academics and from people in general, you need to invest money. So what we have is that we have a Business Insights Institute, where we have 5 academics working, and they are trying to bridge the gap between academia, all our academics, and industry. And that can be from inside out, that people from inside the business school likes to have more industry involvement, or from outside in, that people from industry have questions about how can I reduce my absenteeism, how can I reduce my turnover. They come to us and we have a partnership, and that can be for research, but most of the time we move that one step further, that we invite those people for teaching as well. And that is, again, in my opinion, one of the most important factors that we are high on employability for our students.
So if I understood Dr. Yasser correctly, I should be asking the last question for our 3 panelists. My last question is going to be like a 2-part question. One is, what would you see as a major challenge for implementing innovation within education? And also, when people are talking a lot nowadays about differentiated learning and personalized learning, competency learning, and so on, what do you see as the major trend in the coming few years? Thank you. And
That's
like
a tough one.
a minute and a half.
Yeah, I'm happy to come in. Thank you very much. For me, part of what we're trying to do is to create opportunities, and opportunities for students are really important. And one aspect of that is the point that was made just then about the personal, the individual path, if you like, through the system. Students, as we've said before, experience learning differently, and they are different people. You know, they are different. So, if we can provide that, that is a really good thing to do. One idea that I've had over the years, never really been implemented, never really seen it implemented, but I believe that we don't do enough for the students from day one of their studies. And they have all kinds of rich potential. They know many things that we don't as well. And we don't, you know, we unfortunately tend to narrow them a bit too much instead of broadening them. And to me, that is a challenge. But I think one practical way of doing it would be to get the students already from day one to embark on some sort of dissertation study that they took all the way through their studies. And I know that's difficult logistically sometimes because of programs and choices that students have. But I can't see it doing any harm. I could see it doing lots of good. And it would have that additional motivation that it could be helpful for the students in their final year. So I believe that. And coupled with the other comments that have been made, you know, about just how much we can use the new technologies to help us, maybe something like that is more possible these days.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Shariat, can you please tell us a little bit about, you know, how do you prepare your students for lifelong learning and continuous education?
Yes, thank you very much. We already talked about it, and I think people have said it. I think the most important thing, and it's good circle, you know, I said the most important thing is that little fire they have. I mean, they've self-selected. They've been also in lucky environments coming to us and having the possibilities, and one has to say, hopefully, this is going to be more equitable in the future with global access to you know, education. But taking that fire and making it bigger, that is critical thinking, and having them engage and enjoy learning. And again, AI is going to play a big role because it's going to make, you know, each person learns differently at different times in different scenarios, and it can be, you know, a little bit gamified. It can be so on. So I think that's going to be a lot of help for us to make that possible. But I think is important, you know, each of us that goes to in our social human community, we believe in the common good, and there's a good positivity in that. In taking that and putting that fire and making understandable that lifelong learning, not only giving the skill sets of lifelong learning, but also putting the fun in the lifelong learning and staying engaged with your students, you know, is going to be very important. And the value it brings for the society, to serve the society. I think these are the things, these big pictures. So I don't try to give knowledge to my people. The critical thinking is going to be very important, but also I try to bring out this little thing they have in them that they're trying to create good. And for that, you need to be adaptable, progressive, innovative, and lifelong learn and to give back.
Thank you, especially when everybody is talking about very short attention span.
Yeah.
I don't know how you want to maintain the engagement of your students. The last question, I'm going to talk about, you know, inter or multidisciplinary approach to education. What's your take on that?
I think that's essential, and we already do it, actually. And I think, I suspect in dentistry and in medicine and in many other professions, it's already probably been done for the last 20 odd years, actually, so that people learning together. But what I think is also important about it, you learn the professional courtesy of being able to engage with others. And also, I want our students to be leaders in their fields. If you are a team leader, you have to have team leadership skills. And a good way of getting those skills is actually to learn within the team of the types of professionals that you're going to be leading in the future. So I think it's essential.
Maybe we have one or two questions to the audience, if anybody wants to ask a question. Dr. Bedat, please.
Thank you. Actually, I just want to make a comment. Thank you. I just want to make a comment. In terms of AI, we really don't need to teach our student AI. Actually, they could teach us. Our students, they were born digital. And using AI is a must for teaching and research. If we don't join the wagon, they will be left behind. Now, there are issues, which is for sometimes the integrity of the report provided by the student, the integrity of the data provided by the researchers. We have tools in place to detect that. Actually, I'm chairing a conference to be held in Barcelona in July. We find a full paper generated by AI just recently. So there are two well-known tools that can be used. One of them is Tenetet.com, which is good for education, teaching. And the other is Authenticate, which I use in the journal I edit to detect plagiarism. Thank you.
Dr. Abu Hammour.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks so much for our esteemed panelists and the moderators. Very interesting, concise, and very informative. I have really comments. From the discussion, you know, I heard we took things for granted, whether it is hybrid module or whether we have to implement AI. I think always we have to remember COVID pandemic. We learned big lesson from COVID pandemic. I published a paper in Lancet about agility of countries in the middle of COVID pandemic, and it was published that big countries, number one, United States, England, France, many countries failed because they don't have the concept of agility, and everyone realized that. So how we thought of future disruption when we have to decide to go to hybrid model or to implement AI, particularly AI is profit-driven industry. At one point, they will say, you are not allowed to use it unless you pay so and so, and it will be a big competition in the market. How we thought of we lost the technology in certain parts of the world for X and Y reason, and we are facing this. So always we have to be prepared and have plan B in our system. And by this, we have to really implement agility. I think agility should be in every institution, in every organization, and country at large. Thank you so much.
This is flexible learning, and this is the idea of flexible learning.
Our last question here to Dr. Ghassan Saeed.
Thank you for the panel and the moderator. Interesting subject. As an educator, teacher, researcher, and most importantly as a father, I will tell you that the new generation is inbred differently. And we parents do not understand or appreciate that they are completely different than us. The social media and the new tools that they have on their hands, I know you're, as a parent, you're not learning as fast from them as them. The children, the offsprings, they're learning faster. This is the way they're taught to learn. This is how they like to learn. This is how they prefer to learn. So now it's for us to accommodate that, because if we don't, then we will create a gap between them and us, which is already happening because of this social media that we are actually suffering to connect with kids. And as parents, and having an issue because why we have this disconnect with them? Because we don't understand their culture. We have to recognize that they have a new culture that we are not used to or adapted to. So AI, in my opinion, it's a tool, like any other tool. If you use it correctly, you will create a good offspring, good teaching, good environment. If you don't use it correctly, you create all the hassle behind it. And thank you, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
With that, we conclude our session. I would like to thank our panelists for being here with us. And I would like to thank the audience for listening, and thank you. That was good.
Our second session is titled Entrepreneurship and Industry Engagement, moderated by Dr. Reem Al-Fayez, an Associate Professor in Information System and Director of UJ's Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. Please join me welcoming the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Dr. Reem Al-Fayez, the Director of University of Jordan Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, and I will be moderating this panel discussion. Due to my work, I will be happy to moderate this session as we see the pain in connecting academia and industry with the scientists at the University of Jordan, and we'd love to have more of that in the future, learning from your expertise. Today, we're diving into a fascinating intersection of academia, industry, and entrepreneurship as our world becomes increasingly driven by innovation, and the collaboration between these domains become not just beneficial, but essential for us to engage in the future. So let me introduce our esteemed panelists, and then we will go in a question for each because we have different disciplines and different expertise that would be more beneficial for us all to have a conversation in this topic. So Professor Chris Grenay, an honorary professor from the Engineering School. Professor Samit Yadav, an honorary professor from the Dentistry School. Professor Habib Ahmad, honorary professor of Sharia School. Professor Beverly Glass, honorary professor of the Pharmacy School. Professor Mansour Ibrahim, honorary professor of Sharia School. Dr. Salah Amasha, adjunct professor for the Station of Marine Sciences, Aqaba, and His Excellency Dr. Tariq Hamouri. So to begin with, allow me to kick off this discussion with the Professor Chris Grenay, if possible. So to start with, let me introduce Professor Chris Grenay. He's a professor in industrial fermentation technology at the Technical University of Denmark, head of Process and Systems Engineering Center at DTU, and the chairman of the board of Helix Lab. He's also a co-founder of BioScavenge Apps, a startup with a focus on resource recovery on industrial process streams. Professor Grenay leads research in mathematical modeling, digitalization, and novel sensor devices, all applied to fermentation and resource recovery operation. He has supervised 31 PhD students and co-authored over 340 peer-reviewed scientific papers. So allow me, Professor Grenay, to start with you as an example of a co-founder of your own startup. We would love to hear from you how have the insight gained from your extensive research in your field of study informed the development of an innovative solution within your startup, and what are some of the key challenges you faced in moving from academia into entrepreneurship? So please.
Yeah, thank you. I hope everybody can hear me. First of all, I think since I work at an engineering department, I think one of the first experiences that are very important is that it all starts with a strong engineering education. Because I think such a strong, a good education can translate to good research, can translate to ideas for innovation. Then also I think what is important is that we should not start thinking that as engineers we are going to solve all problems on our own. We should be open to work together with other disciplines. And I think through collaboration we can develop much better ideas than instead of just trying to solve everything alone. What I also think is that in terms of new startups, we should especially focus on the many challenges that we face. So for example, it was discussed in the previous session, we have artificial intelligence. In industry, we talk about the Industry 4.0, so how can we use all these digitalization tools to improve production? We should look at sustainability, more sustainable processes. We should look at, for example, new materials which are more environmentally friendly. And these are all areas where engineering can contribute quite a lot. In terms of how I experience making a startup, well, most of my colleagues thought that I was stupid because it just meant that I got more work. But what I really enjoy in it is to basically foster talent, to make people develop their ideas. When I say people, that's usually my PhD students or postdocs. And I actually also think that it's an opportunity for us as it's a new opportunity for us academics to interact with industry. So I don't give up. I've started one company in 2017, and I'm at the moment starting a new one, based on some IP, some intellectual property, which has been developed in a PhD project. But also there, we need to be again multidisciplinary because we work now with chemical engineers. We combine that with material scientists. We need electric engineers to be able to reach the targets that we have put forward. So I think it's very important to be open to work together with many different types of disciplines to be able to be successful in this. And don't be afraid to work some extra hours, because you will have to.
Yeah, for sure. So can you just talk a little bit more about the IP and the process of gaining your IP through your research, because this is something concerning for all the researchers here.
So there are many systems to protect IP, but I'm so lucky to work at a university where, first of all, if we as a faculty member are involved in some IP development, then the university will apply for a patent. That is because I work in Denmark. The Danish law is such that if the universities develop something which is patentable, then they should patent it. But then on the other hand, the university has created quite good conditions to be able to buy the rights on your own patent back from the university when you, for example, make a startup. And that is very much promoting the establishment of new companies. Because we have other universities in Denmark which insist on keeping the IP, and they only want to license it to the, for example, faculty members which have developed it. And that's much less motivating to be able to start a new company. So I think management at university should create an environment where it's attractive for faculty members to protect IP, because they know that if there really is a good opportunity, they can also buy it back and use it actively. Then, of course, what is also important is that there is a good structure at the university to promote that people go into this direction. And there, I must say, at our university, things have changed a lot in the past 10 years. At DTU, where I work, they have created an entity which is called the Skylab. And the idea is simply to help researchers to convert research results into IP, and also to promote that students develop ideas and try to make startup companies. Okay. And that, I think, is also very important.
Yeah. I think we'll go deep into the IPs in Jordan with His Excellency Dr. Tariq Hamouri later in the discussion. Thank you. So Professor Samit Yadav, I would like to continue with you, but before, let me introduce Professor Yadav. He's a professor and the chair of Department of Growth and Development at UNMC College of Dentistry. Henry and Anne Check Endowed Professor of Orthodontics and a board-certified orthodontist, has more than 145 peer-reviewed articles funded through NIH and AOF on orthodontic tooth movement and temporandibular joint. Allow me, I'm not in the dentistry at all. Director of Midwestern Society of Orthodontists and a member of Planning and Review Committee at AOF. He's also an associate editor of Progress in Orthodontics. So from your experience in funding and lots of research funding, you've successfully secured very good funding from prestigious organizations. So what key strategies or approaches have you found effective in obtaining research grants? And how orthodontists translate their strategies into entrepreneurial initiatives with the dental field, especially having fund from big organizations?
Thank you, and I will answer in two parts. So if you look at it, what the medical and the dental field are, even the basic scientists, what we are studying, our goal is to improve the patient outcome. And some of the people lucky like me, I'm studying an unmet need. If you're studying an unmet need, the organizations like NIH or some foundations like American Association of Orthodontic Foundation, they would be happy to fund it. The irony with the dental field or the orthodontic field is, if you look at it, most of the pharmaceutical companies, we study bone, like our teeth moves inside the bone. Most of the pharmaceutical companies are focused on developing or forming bone. But in our profession, in orthodontics, we are focused on resorbing bone. So getting a funding from a pharmaceutical industry is a little bit tough. But getting a funding through NIH or some orthodontic foundation, because it's an unmet need, and how you propose it, how collaboratively you propose it with the engineers, with the tissue engineers, and what you are looking at. For an example, I'll tell you, I look at osteoarthritis of TMJ compared to the osteoarthritis of the knee. And how I propose it is, how two joints are entirely different, and how one can be regenerated, the knee, but this cannot be regenerated that easily. And when I propose the gap, NIH becomes interested into it. Why? And then you tell them the strategies, how you will work with the tissue engineers, how will you do the drug delivery, and how you can regenerate the joint. Because this is the second most common painful condition after lower back pain. So how you propose it is the strategies, how you propose it to the NIH is very essential to get it funded. The second thing is, regarding your entrepreneurship. So if you look at it, I might be a little bit off in the numbers, but the dental field spends close to $64 billion in United States on dental treatment. And out of that, 32 billion, yearly this is, out of that $32 billion is spent out of pocket, which is not covered by Medicaid, Medicare, or any healthcare insurances. And out of that 32 billion, close to 21 billion is spent on orthodontic treatment, which is almost out of pocket. So you have to see, our orthodontic industry is very much, I would say, they jibe very much with academics, but you have to understand, the industry, they are very much interested in you doing the research, but will they agree with your research is very tough. Will they agree what you prove is very tough. So you have to be very careful when you're doing an entrepreneurship. But if you develop something new, as Professor Gurney mentioned, you have to take an IPE, and IPE rests with the university, and then university can license it to the industry, or you can buy it back from the university. And that's where once you buy it back from the university, then you can go to your friends and family or angel investment, or you can attract more Series A, B, and C funding, totally depending on how you approach this concept.
Thank you.
Yep,
so we'll stay in the science field. So I'll go to Professor Salah. So Dr. Amasha is a professor at Free Universität Berlin, Germany, where he serves as a managing deputy director at the Institute of Veterinary Physiology. He earned his diploma and PhD from the University of Gießen, Germany. He obtained his Veni Legenda in experimental biomedicine from Charité University Medicine, Berlin. His research is focused on physiology, resulting in over 6,000 citations and an H-index of 36. So Dr. Amasha, with your expertise in physiology research, how do you see opportunities translating scientific discoveries in your field into commercial applications or entrepreneurial ventures in the future? Could you discuss some examples of collaborations between academia and industry in the biomedical innovation? And we see lots of them being successful in the world. What are the key factors contributing to their success? If there is any examples at your hand, please.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Yeah, generally, I think that all fields have this opportunity, this potential for this industrial link. And as I'm working in the field of natural sciences and experimental biomedicine, scientific discoveries, of course, always have strong potential to be translated into commercial applications. I think key factors are maybe, again, single young scientists which need to be supported, and who are committed to this entrepreneurship. At least the success of the spin-off from our institute in Berlin could be explained by this very well. So I just have my personal, of course, experiences and examples here. But I would like to mention the general strategies at my home university, Freie Universität Berlin, where we have a special office for supporting patenting and licensing services for the entrepreneurship, which makes sense as young scientists usually are not to be aware of or specialized in the protection of intellectual property. So this might be an important point to support this. And also we have a funding program for the validation of the transfer of research results to practical applications, which also makes sense to have this organized and provide a funding for this. And there might be more single aspects we can exchange.
Yeah, of course. As I said to Dr. Grenay, IP is a challenge for researchers, and business skills for researchers also is another challenge. So this is why you're here, to gain experience from your organizations, and we'll be happy to continue this discussion over break. So I'll continue with Professor Beverly Glass from the School of Pharmacy. Professor Glass currently is the chair of Pharmacy, College of Medicine and Dentistry at James Cook University, Australia. Dr. Glass teaches and researches in the pharmaceutical sciences through a pharmacy practice. She has authored over 200 publications in peer-reviewed journals and has supervised over 100 honor students and 40 higher degrees by research students to completion during her career. So as a professor in pharmaceutical sciences, I think I'll go on with the similar question of Professor Salah. What are some of the unique challenges and opportunities available for entrepreneurs in this field, especially, and how can initiatives have been particularly effective in fostering research with the innovation in order to make a very good entrepreneurial success for the faculty and the students?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? So thank you very much. And I'm excited to tell you that I think the challenges and the opportunities for entrepreneurs in the pharmaceutical sector have spread from the pharmaceutical industry, where I started my career, and it spread into the practice. So opportunities have been afforded to us as entrepreneurs, and we've used our research in the practice to actually provide evidence to inform practice to bring about change. So while not downgrading the importance of the pharmaceutical industry to develop drugs, but it is actually the delivery of drugs to the patient where we see our real success for those drugs. So the provision of services has been very exciting, and the involvement of the pharmacists in the delivery of those services has been what's excited me over the last 10 years. So, and I'll give you a simple example of pharmacists' immunisation. And that for us in Australia was a little bit later than some of our other colleagues in Canada, the US, and even New Zealand. So, but we got there by working in the state of Queensland, but working together with the universities and the profession and the professional bodies. But where did it start? At the university. It started at the university running a pilot trial, and as a result of that very successful immunisation trial, Australian pharmacists have been immunising. But we really came to our fore during COVID, because suddenly there was a need, and all the turf war that had existed amongst the health professionals, it went out the window. And we had an army of immunisers waiting to immunise the population against COVID, very successfully so. And it translated back to the students. So what I'm trying to say is it starts with the university, it goes through the practice, but it ends with the university as well, where we start to train our students in those new areas of practice, and we train them to become entrepreneurs. So my advice is listen to the students. They have a lot to tell us, and their achievements, they can achieve anything if you allow them. And they are, after all, the reason why we work in academia, is to achieve through the students. So going back to sort of bring it back to your question, were there challenges? Yes, there absolutely were in being entrepreneurs to bring about change in practice. But it starts with the university, it ends with changing the curricula at the university, so we produce graduates that are entrepreneurs. So the opportunity that we have to provide our students with mentorship. So take them with you on the journey. So you can be entrepreneur, but it's very important that we create the next generation of entrepreneurs at the university. Thank you.
So let's now move on to the humanities part of the discussion, where we have some of our panelists from the Sharia school. And this, we usually have in entrepreneurship the social impact, the social importance of doing some ideas that will reflect the society and help us. So let me start with Professor Habib to ask him. Professor Habib, he's in the Charger Chair in Islamic Law and Finance at Durham University Business School. He has held roles at the University of Jordan, Cambridge Judge Business School, and NZF worldwide. Before joining Durham 2008, he worked at the National Commercial Bank and Islamic Development Bank Group. Professor Ahmad has authored over 100 scholarly publications and received the SDB Prize for Impactful Achievement in 2022. So, Professor Ahmad, from your expertise in Islamic law and finance, could you elaborate on how Islamic economic principles encourage and support entrepreneurship, and particularly in the specific area of fostering social development? I would love to hear from you and maybe Professor Mansour on the same topic afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it is very much linked to the origins of Islamic teachings. Our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he himself was an entrepreneur. And not only him, but his wife was also an entrepreneur. And they worked together in enterprises. So, as I said, it is very much rooted in Islamic heritage. Now, of course, when you look at entrepreneurship from Islamic perspective, ethics becomes a very important part of the entrepreneurship. And the ethics are basically, at a very broad level, we can think of ethics being that the objective of Islamic teachings and when it is applied in practice is to enhance the welfare or what is called maslaha and mitigate the harms in the society. So when we're thinking of entrepreneurship, I think the same principle applies. And the other broader principle which relates to the ethical part is that there are some essentials which must be met in an economy, and one of these essentials is wealth preservation and creation of wealth. And it is through entrepreneurship that we can create wealth which can then be distributed in different societies. Now, I think if we are looking at entrepreneurship from Islamic perspective, we probably have to focus more on the entrepreneur because entrepreneur is in the heart of entrepreneurship. Is the person who is driving ventures and creating value in the society. Now, if you look at the literature on entrepreneurship related to what we call the entrepreneurial mindset, we can identify three key issues. One relates to the cognitive issue. The second relates to the behavioral issue of the entrepreneur. And third, the emotional issues. The cognitive part of entrepreneurship relates to the mental models which are used by entrepreneurs. And it is a mindset which is not there for people who do not have this entrepreneurial mindset. I think the key thing is to have a mindset which looks at problems and try to solve them. So you have, for example, if you look at the founder of Airbnb, he basically got the idea of Airbnb when he was renting a place at his friend's place. And so I'm sure there are thousands of people who rent places at their friend's place, but they did not have the entrepreneurial mind to change that into a business model. So I think that is the key from an Islamic perspective. I think the key thing is to have an open mind to solve problems in the society and look for opportunities where you can actually solve the problem and create some not only economic value but also social value. In terms of the behavioral aspects, I think the key thing is how do you derive the entrepreneur. Once you have the idea in the cognitive realm, how do you move forward this, and what are the behavioral elements and features which entrepreneurs should have. And in this respect, of course, there are a lot of teachings from Islamic perspective. For example, hardworking, prudence. The other key thing is to, we have this concept of tawakkul, which basically says what you can do is put all the efforts you have to the best extent possible, but the results are not in your hand. And if you fail, which is a very common thing in entrepreneurship, you should not despair. And I think these are the perspectives, the behavioral issues, which can in some ways help and provide an ethical perspective to entrepreneurship. And finally, the emotional aspects relate to the emotional capital and also the emotional resilience. Entrepreneurship is a very stressful activity, and I think in some ways the ethical issues and give entrepreneurs the support in terms of emotional resilience to deal with stress and other things which are inherent in entrepreneurship. I just want to end by saying that actually, if you look at the education systems which we have at the universities, most of them are to create workers for the industry. And I think this is, in some ways, the industrial revolution stage mentality where we are basically producing workers for the industry. But when you think of an entrepreneurial mindset, we're thinking of creating graduates who can actually create jobs. And I think that probably is very much needed moving forward.
Thank you, Professor. So, Professor Mansour Ibrahim, I would love to ask similar question, but first let me introduce you to the audience. So, Professor Mansour Ibrahim is currently a professor and the Deputy President Academic at INCEIF University, Malaysia. He has served there since 2011. Prior to this work, he was with the International Islamic University of Malaysia from 1996 to 2009, and University of Petra, Malaysia from 2009 till 2011. Professor Mansour received his BA, MA, and PhD all in economics from Washington University, specializing in money, microeconomies, and institutional economies. His research mostly emphasizes the importance of institutions and institutional quality shaping economic outcome, and link his knowledge in institutional economies to Islamic finance and Islamic economies. So Professor Mansour, since all of your research is in money and microeconomies, I would love to hear what is the impact of researchers or entrepreneurs from academia into the institution finances, financial-wise, and if there is any possible examples from your university or your experience, we would love to hear from you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And very good morning to all of you. And deeply honored to be in your presence, listen to all esteemed speakers, as well as to share some opinions from my own institutions on entrepreneurship skills. And we are in the area of Islamic finance, and in Malaysian education context, all programs that we have basically have entrepreneurship embedded as part of the skills that need to be, that we need to equip students with, in addition to any other skills. And I believe that many other institutions do the same, right? But then for us, when it comes to business, it's quite natural to talk about entrepreneurship, right? But then when it comes to, for example, the field of Islamic studies, the field of Sharia, the field of history, for example, is not quite straightforward. So what Prof. Habib mentions is basically entrepreneurship mindset that we have to build. And when we look at the entrepreneurship mindsets, I think Prof. Habib have elaborated on various aspects in terms of ethical foundation, Islamic teachings, behavioral aspect, emotional aspects. But then in our own experience, basically, when we look at entrepreneurship, it links a lot into the analytical skill of students, the ability to identify problems, to look at the problem, to break down the problems, and to tackle each problem step by step, and to proceed through, to have the ability to say, we need to continue to proceed through or to stop and embark on a new journey. So that are the essential elements that we need to basically teach students with. And in the context of Islamic finance, for example, in our institutions, we embed this, the ability of practical skills with the hope that the students can build up the entrepreneurship mindset through what we term as action-based learning. I think the model, we follow through the model of MIT, where in Malaysia we have Asian School of Business, established under the Central Bank of Malaysia in collaboration with MIT, and we learn from them. Right? And linking back to Islamic finance, the way we learn from them, we would like our students to go into the field and to solve the problem, not for the big corporation, but for the SME. Because entrepreneurship starts by looking at the problem at the SME, which we know that the backbone of any economy. So what is action-based learning that we have, that we do in terms of trying to train our students basically to have that entrepreneurship mindset, is basically to train them to become more or less what we term as mini research consultants to the firm. And at the same time, it links them with the industry and indirectly learn entrepreneurship from the mentor from the industry. The real problem given by the industry, they have to solve them through teamwork. So that's what we have done in terms of action-based learning. And we have seen that by achieving or bringing students through this step-by-steps, because we also learn from our engineering counterpart, or even in terms of Malaysian context. For example, when we look at during the time COVID-19, where unemployment increased and so on, and we see the graduates coming out, and we observe that the more successful one in doing business is not graduate of business, but graduate of engineering. Why? Because they have analytical skills, they can see the process, they can see the problem, they can take the process step by step and solve the problem. And that's why we try to embed that one into our action-based learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mansour. So Dr. Tariq Hamouri, I would love to touch on this and going to Jordan field, and specifically in Jordan. So before I ask you a question related to the policies in Jordan supporting this entrepreneurship and IP licensing, let me first introduce His Excellency Dr. Tariq Hamouri is the managing partner of Hamouri and Partners, Jordan's leading law firm. Dr. Tariq Hamouri took an interest in law at an early stage. He became the youngest dean of law school in the history of the University of Jordan in 2012. He also served as a law professor at the University of Jordan. His Excellency Dr. Tariq Hamouri, during the period of 2018 to 2020, held the position of the Minister of Industry, Trade and Supply in the Jordanian government. Dr. Tariq Hamouri, upon a designation by the government of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, was appointed to serve as an arbitrator at the International Center of Settlement of Investment Disputes, panel of arbitrators. So Your Excellency, Dr. Tariq, having served as the Minister of Trade in the government, how do you believe government policies can best support the growth of entrepreneurship, especially in science-based research, particularly in the fields of copyright law and intellectual property rights, which we suffer a little bit from in Jordan? Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Dr. Reem. It's really an honor to be among such distinguished panelists. And thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, and the leadership of the University of Jordan for being always at the forefront of what's needed in Jordan. Actually, this is a very important issue, entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial companies coming at a very important time. And this is much needed for Jordan, as it is one of the main drivers of job creation anywhere in the world, not only in Jordan. Actually, there was a study done by the OECD on OECD countries and other European countries, spanning from the period 1998 to 2020, 22 years. The study concluded that, on average, although entrepreneurial companies contribute to 20% of jobs in economies, they contribute to over 50% of jobs created in economies in OECD countries. And it concluded that what these companies need are not money-related issues. Number one priority is policies, government policies that will help these companies make it or break it. But the first thing we need to do is make sure that these companies and these entities are in the official economy. They're not in the shadow economy or the black market. And that, regrettably, is most of the times the case. The ILO says that 60% of jobs in the world today are in the parallel economy. In Jordan, it's estimated at 40%. So the first thing to do is we need to make sure that these companies are on the radar screen so that we can deal with them, understand their needs. And I think a lot of these efforts have been made during the past years. I'll cite a couple of examples. In 2019, we had regular meetings, detailed meetings with various industries, and we ended up talking to sub-industries. In one of these meetings we had, it was with the yogurt and dairy industries. They produce cheese, they produce yogurts. And one of the main things that I still remember till this very day they asked for is the shelf lifetime. Jordan Standards and Metrology Department, GISMO, has a shelf lifetime of some of these products for a week or 2 weeks. And they said their R&D departments have been able to produce these products and they can make sure that they last for a few months rather than a few weeks. And they maintain their durability, their taste, and all features that are needed. And some of the export markets we export to allow the shelf time for these products to be a few months. So they were asking to modify the standards that are applied in Jordan. We ended up applying the standards for these products when exported to these markets that allow a longer shelf lifetime. By the end of 2019, these products, their exports, had increased by 300%. So it wasn't money, it was a standard, it was a government policy that we did not know, we did not understand. You need to go into a dialogue with these sub-industries. During 2020, we all remember, we went into COVID, the universe went into COVID in March of 2020, in February, March 2020. We found ourselves in a very, very tough situation. Countries started having policies that prevent exports of products that are needed to stay alive, and vital products, including masks, coveralls used in theaters, in operation theaters, coveralls used by doctors in hospitals, ventilators, ventilator spare parts, and various other products. So countries started restricting exports of these products. In Jordan, Dr. Nadir remembers, he was our chief scientist in the government for COVID, and he led the committee in charge of the medication and medical treatment and medical policies of COVID. We had a serious problem in Jordan. We did not produce these products to an extent that can cover the kingdom. We had regular meetings with various industries, Jordan Standards and Metrology Department, Jordan Food and Drug Association, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, all other ministries. And we started modifying production lines in factories to produce these products. We had produced masks in excess of Jordan's needs, coveralls, gowns, including some spare parts for ventilators. By October 2020, we had exported more than, not only covered our needs, we had exported more than 100 million masks to various countries around the world. And that was due to R&D, collaboration, and policies. To conclude, I think there needs to be a continuous dialogue, detailed dialogue, to look at what is needed in each industry and sub-industry. We need to encourage research and researchers to reach out to the private sector. And sometimes we need to revisit our policies, especially in patent registration and copyright. This is a main driver for any country in the world, for professors to be encouraged to own a good chunk of their IP, to be able to collaborate with the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. So continuing from Professor Tariq, we're done here and we'll open the discussion for the audience, but allow me to ask the first question, please. So from our efforts at the University of Jordan, dealing with the registration of patents, collaborating with the industry, doing industry-led research, with the support of the president and the committee responsible for this matter, I would love to ask if you have any experience, if you could share an experience in your universities for doing so. I heard a lot of having an offices for licensing, and we do have this in the center, but also what are the experiences of putting industry and researchers on the table to come up with industry-led research that might result in the IP or patenting, and then maybe a company starting from the university. So whoever can pitch in.
Yeah, for me, I work at the Department of Chemical and Biochemical Engineering, and it's a bit special because I would think that 3 out of 4 of our projects that we have, research projects, they are in collaboration with industry. So automatically there is an atmosphere where people have an eye for developing new things which have application potential, and if they have sufficient application potential, then of course, then you start thinking either in the direction of, yeah, should we publish a paper, or alternatively, should we try to go for a patent? The university have actively promoted that we go for patents, and that means that one of the key performance indicators on which the department is evaluated every year is how many patent applications we have managed to submit. Our department will now go through a research evaluation that's done every 5 years, and also there, IP being involved in new startup companies is one of the performance indicators which is discussed with a panel that will pay a visit to our department. So it's really institutionalized that there also should be an eye for IP. And of course, there's also a structure where the university is ready to put some money on the table to do the first steps to secure the patent, because one of the problems with patenting is it is quite expensive.
Yeah. Anything to add?
I completely agree with Professor Gurney, and the industrial collaborations is very important because the amount of money to take that product to the market or to the human health care products, it can require up to 10 million, 20 million, which universities cannot support. And the drug companies or like any other industrial partners have that much amount of capital to support your endeavors. So it's very important to have industrial collaboration. So you can get both the industry and your IPE team on the same table. Okay. Obviously, when you are working with the universities have the first say along with the investigators. But just to look at all the ethical dilemmas. So it's very important to have industry and the university coming on the same table to take the product as soon as out to the market.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. So we'll open the discussion for the audience. If there's any questions, please.
Welcome all to Jordan. Very happy to listen to you. My name is Omar Al-Dawaiba, and I'm from the French department. So my question is actually about the relationships between the companies and universities. I think we should speak a little bit more about this relationship. In France, there's a cycle called alternance, or where companies take the students and have direct relationship with the universities. So I would like Professor Salah and Professor Habib, if they can have their, I would like to have their opinion on how to maintain relationships between your departments and companies, and the role of the students who already graduated in keeping this relationships between the universities to help students then forward in the insertion, professional insertion in these companies. The most important part is maintaining these relationships between universities and companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, one example would be that in the past our institute has created a spin-off company for producing livestock feed, and this was also livestock feed additives, which was quite successful. And I mean, if the development starts at the university and the patent is kept, so you have all possibilities to further develop this, of course. With the experience with projects with the industry, as you mentioned, yes, often are really limited because they are restricted to projects, to research projects which are defined and then maybe go for 2 years or something like that. And yes, of course, I see the same limitation and the problem that there should be more focus on this point to strengthen these bonds. And in the past, there are so many different examples. Often it occurs that someone from the institute then finds a job in this company, and then somehow this connection is also somehow limited, of course. Yeah.
Professor Habib, do you have
I think the relationship between academia and the industry, it can be of different types. I think a lot of professors at the university, they would contribute to the industry mainly as consultants. In Durham, I'm aware of one case where we have a digital bank, which is basically one of the first digital banks in UK. And because it is a digital bank, they work together with the computer science department. And before they launched their IT system, the computer science, some professors there, they helped them to make basically a duplicate system which they tested before they launched the program. But this was done on a consulting basis. So I think the relationship really depends, and once that was launched, the relationship ended. So it really depends on different types of collaboration which can happen. You can also have professors who basically may have a patent and start a startup, taking leave from university and basically becoming entrepreneurs themselves. So I think the options in terms of collaboration between industry and university, it can be varied. But the key thing is that to have an impact on the industry, the type of research you do is very different than the core research which you do for publications, right? So this is more applied research. You're trying to identify issues which need to be solved in an economy, and through that you can come up with some ventures which can then be launched and you know, in the process, of course, you create new entities.
Thank you, Professor. So we have room for another question. And another question on the top.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's Iqbal Mushtaba from the University of Bradford, UK. There's two comments. The first one on the entrepreneurship from the Islamic point of view. Just I want to add for the audience here that before the prophethood, Prophet Islam worked for his wife. She was a multinational businesswoman. Multinational, it's not just a local businesswoman. She was a multinational businesswoman, and she was the line manager of the Prophet ﷺ for many years before he got married to Lady Khadija. The second point on the link between industry and academy is very, very important. At Bradford University, we have got industrial advisory boards for every program we have got in our faculty. And the second thing is that every core engineering modules, we have got industrial speakers coming from the industry to talk to our students for every core modules. And that shows that how important that link is and to foster that link. Thank you.
Thank you. So another question on the top, please, and then also here. There are two. There are two, yeah, there are two.
Yeah, good morning. I'm Ma'an Abdurrahim. I'm a GI oncologist at Houston Methodist Hospital. And during my career, actually, I'm a pharmacist and work in industry. Then I have a PhD in pharmacology. I have my own lab in science. And after that, I'm practicing oncologist. So the relationship between industry and academia is really crucial for both parties. Like the academia benefit as much as industry. But the 2 point actually, which is become so crucial when we come to this relationship, is the IP, as the panelists discussed. Who own the IP when there has become something interesting? This can be like when in the United States, when I submit an IT investigator-initiated trials, it is a concept that I created, and I submitted to the industry to use their product and their intervention. So that concept, when it comes to industry, they look at it as an opportunity of collaboration. When it comes to academia, it's an opportunity also of collaboration and improvement for faculty, improving the department. But at the same time, there's a contracting department in every school that's responsible for have the protection of their intellectual property. And it can benefit both. It can be a shared or joint intervention.
Yeah.
And the other point is that, as a clinician, also this relationship should not be affecting my decision when I choose the medication. There's also conflict of interest is important when we come for this relationship. So it could be crucial, and it's very important, relationship, but there's also a thin line to understand from both parties, and you have to be, aware of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Please, that's first line, please. First line, Professor here, and then, yeah, there. And then here.
Thank you. Thank you. After working about 30 years in the United States, I have passion now for Asia. I served as the founding dean of the College of Computing and Informatics at United Arab Emirates. And our experience there, we established a forum for innovation and internship, and for many committees for evaluation of projects to be evaluated. And we accepted the proposals and projects not only from universities, from any individual, any people in industry. And boy, the outcome was great. We had bachelor degree senior design projects that moved to a startup company, okay? The student found that the pattern of Wi-Fi can be used to recognize individuals. We involved the advisory boards of the colleges in these activities, and they attended the discussion and presentations. And many of them linked with these projects, and we had some startup companies. Now, my experience in India, I served 1 year as a distinguished professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Dhanbad. It was a great experience. We had a senior design project that added some features to Gemini AI tool of Google. And Google hired him for $1.5 million a year salary. In China, I came just a few days from China, where I served also as a distinguished professor at University of Science and Technology, Beijing. The government and the universities, they emphasize to produce a product. We just not only need papers, we need a product. If the outcome from the research, a product, there will be more incentives to the faculty and to the students. So these are my comments and my experience.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. So our last comment or question, please, here in the first line, so that we can go into the break afterwards.
We'll make it quick, I promise.
Yeah.
So I work for Wayne State University in Michigan, and we have a commercialization office. And as you all said, read that the patent application costs $500,000 to $1 million to even to start the application. So the NIH created something, National Institute of Health in the US, created something called small grants, like SBIR and STTR, like a small transfer, technology transfer grants, because industries are very afraid to embark into a new project that they don't really know if it will yield something to them. So this is a transitional funding that can give the investigator some money to transfer the idea from idea to a business idea, which we easily adopted for by the companies, by the industry. So I think it's a great idea for the transition.
Hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. So please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists. Thank you all, and we'll go on a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we reached a midpoint for our morning session, we invite you for a refreshing coffee break. The third session will delve into globalization and internationalization of education and research, and it will be moderated by Professor Nahid Lermesh, Vice President for Humanities Schools and International Relations and Partnerships, and a Professor of French Language, and Professor Ramil Ali, Advisor to the President for Institutional Performance and Modernization, Professor of Atomic Physics. Please welcome our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to welcome you today to the third session on the theme of globalization and internationalization of education and research. This panel will be moderated by myself, Nahid Lermesh, and my colleague, Dr. Ramil Ali. Throughout our discussion with our esteemed panelists, we will address crucial questions on the importance of internationalization and the impact of globalization on our universities. Before we start the panel discussion, I would like to give a brief presentation on the University of Jordan's engagement with the process of internationalization. Higher education, like other sectors, has been influenced by rapid changes in the world, giving rise to what is known as the internationalization of higher education. In response to the growing demands for internationalization, the University of Jordan has been actively engaged in the process of internationalization. When discussing UJ's internationalization, we must note that global engagement is significantly embedded in UJ's vision, which visualizes the institution as a pioneer in serving the local and global community. This commitment is also reflected in its mission to preparing competent individuals capable of contributing to sustainable development locally and globally. Furthermore, as UJ considers building sustainable and impactful partnerships as one of its key strategic goals, it has been keenly proactive in forging collaborations that reflect positively on the university's national, regional, and international ranking and reputation. Moving to UJ partnerships agreements, UJ has established strategic partnerships with various countries around the world, including UK, USA, Canada, European countries, China, Malaysia, Japan, South Korea, etc. We have more than 125 general MOUs, more than 400 cooperation agreements, and we have more than 25 student exchange agreements. The area of academic cooperation on which we focus are the most common international higher education practices, including student exchange and staff mobility, student exchange and staff mobility and training, student training, collaborative research projects and joint publications, curriculum development, capacity building and infrastructure development, organizing joint symposia, seminars, and conferences, exchange of academic information and material, dual programs and joint degrees, student grants and scholarships, and hosting experts and specialists. We must emphasize also that Erasmus is a fundamental aspect of UJ's international cooperation. So since 2015, we have more than 100 Erasmus Plus and ICM mobility partnerships with more than 100 universities in 26 program countries such as Spain, France, Germany, Denmark, Norway, and Turkey. Other partners and organizations with which we collaborate and network include COICA, JICA, Fulbright, diplomatic missions in Jordan, and cosmetic. We must also shed light on the internationalization of our students' body. We have over 7,000 international students hailing from more than 130 countries in our university. Turning to the international ranking of the University of Jordan, the University of Jordan ranks among top 800 universities in Times. We also have the rank of 9 in Arab region in QS, and we rank among top 500 in QS, and also among top 900 in Shanghai. Finally, a milestone in UJ's process of internationalization is its successful pursuit of internationalization accreditation. We have more than 46 academic programs offered by 11 schools who received international accreditation, such as EVELAG, ABET, WFOT, ADEE, etc. Thank you very much. And I will pass the floor to Dr. Ramil Ali. But before, maybe I'd like to introduce our panelists, and then I'll pass the floor to Dr. Ramil Ali. Thank you. So in today's session, we have Professor Ali Diabat, we have Professor Natasha Halase, Professor Salah Zaiti, Professor Thaqif Al-Khasawne, and Professor Gurel Gitten in tourism. Thank you very much, and I'll pass the floor to Dr. Rami.
Thank you, Dr. Nahid. Is it clear? Yeah, okay. Let me start by reciting the title of the session again. It is actually Globalization and Internationalization of Education and Research. There is no doubt in my mind that every single person in this auditorium have heard these terms, globalization and internationalization, if not tens of times, probably hundreds of times. So what I would like to do is to give some opening remarks on these concepts, and although there are probably tens and hundreds of different definitions, I will try to give the most comprehensive and basically agreed upon definitions of these two terms. Globalization is a multidimensional phenomenon that encompasses economic, cultural, ideological, and political components. It involves the worldwide flow and exchange of ideas, resources, people, values, culture, knowledge, goods, services, and technology. Internationalization of higher education, on the other hand, has been described as the process of integrating international, intercultural, and global dimensions into the teaching, research, and service elements of higher education institutions. The purpose is to ensure that the next generation of workers are prepared for the dynamic and fluid market of the 21st century. Internationalization actually emphasizes the relationship between higher education institutions. Although globalization and internationalization have been the subjects of endless debates, this session will focus on the interconnectedness of globalization and internationalization of higher education institutions and their impact on educational policies and practices. I cannot help but notice that this forum actually is a living embodiment of both globalization and internationalization. the flow and exchange of ideas that we have witnessed and will continue to witness throughout the day, and the presence of our esteemed honorary professors who come from very many countries and nationalities are shining manifestations of globalization and internationalization. Against this background, and without further ado, we will now introduce our panelists in more detail.
Thank you, Professor Rami Ali. I'll start with Professor Ali Diabat. He is a Global Network Professor of Civil and Urban Engineering at NYU, Tandon School of Engineering in Brooklyn and Abu Dhabi. His research focuses on the applications of optimization and operations research, in particular, logistics and supply chain management, healthcare, logistics and production planning. He is well published in leading journals and international conferences proceedings, and currently serves as an area editor of the Journal of Computers and Industrial Engineering. Professor Rami?
Professor Natasha Halasa holds the Craig Weaver Professorship of Pediatrics in the Division of Pediatric Infectious Diseases at Vanderbilt University. Her research focuses on assessing the impact of diarrheal and respiratory illnesses in young children and specialized populations, with a goal of reducing their burden through interventions like vaccines and drugs. She has been actively involved in vaccine trials, including enrolling children of all ages and those with conditions like cancer.
Professor Salah Zaiti is a professor at the University of Pittsburgh School of Nursing. He has 15 years of experience as a clinician, scientist, innovator, and entrepreneur. His broad research interests include clinical research, biomedical signal processing, biomarkers, healthcare, informatics, clinical decision support, and machine learning. Professor Rami?
Professor Thaqif Al-Khassauni is a renowned expert in trauma surgery and regenerative medicine at Justus Liebig Universität Gießen. His innovative research spans the extracellular matrix and osteoimmunological interactions and personalized biomaterial solutions, significantly enhancing bone regeneration technologies. He leads numerous extramurally funded basic and clinical research projects and recently won the prestigious 2024 GoBio Award.
And finally, Professor Gürel Setin is a professor of tourism management at Istanbul University and has taught tourism management in several institutions. He also has 15 years of practical experience in hospitality and travel trade. His research interests include tourism marketing, destination management, sustainable tourism, tourist behavior, and information technology in tourism. And we will now begin with a question for all our panelists. On the general theme of the session, could you please address from your own perspective, as well as your university's perspective, how universities can better prepare students for a globalized world and foster international collaboration in terms of education enhancement and scientific research development among academic institutions? Can we begin with Dr. Ali?
Sure. So thank you for this invitation and giving me the opportunity.
I'm sorry.
So thank you so much for this opportunity, for having me as a member of such a panelist. So I'm a global network professor, which is something consistent with the title or the theme of this discussion of the session. So what global network professor mean? So at NYU we have 27 campuses across the world. So 3 of these are main campuses, which are located in New York City, in Abu Dhabi, and Shanghai. So a global network professor need to have at least 2 affiliations in 2 out of the 3 main campuses. So I do have joint affiliation in New York City and in Abu Dhabi. So this is why I called global network professor. So I will answer this question from my experience from NYU. So at NYU, it's a global university. because we have campuses across the world in different campuses. So all of our students need to spend sometimes in different campuses, not only in the same campus where they were admitted to. So for example, students who are admitted in Abu Dhabi, they have to spend 1 semester or 2 semesters in New York City. And faculty members too have the opportunities to teach different courses at different campuses. I have taught courses in Abu Dhabi, in New York City, and in London too. So globalization for NYU is something I would consider we have long experience with. And what helps us in that, so to have campuses in different locations in the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. One of the things I think, starting with personal relationships, the world is really big, but I think if you can start small by making connections on a personal level, that can then, just a short story, met Dr. Najwa Horibuls because we were on the same committee, and I was like, you're Jordanian, I'm Jordanian, you're PEDS ID, I'm PEDS ID, and then made a connection. Then she came to visit our institution, and then we now started a global exchange of students coming back and forth, and so that then expanded students to come through Vanderbilt, but then connect through the US. So I think first is connecting through individuals, and because of COVID, we've got extended to Zoom, and so now we do journal clubs where we can have anyone from around the world join our journal clubs and things like that. So I think using technology, first personal connections, and then using technology to connect people.
Thank you very much, Professor. Professor Salah.
Thank you so much for having me. So globalization is a very broad topic, but at the same time is very focused, that has certain meanings based on the specialty that you are involved in. And in my case, I work in healthcare and I'm a nurse by training, and it's considered one of the competencies for accreditation. So it's not just a mere requirement that we really need to have it, we are encouraged to have it. No, accreditation bodies, and I'm from the US, so if we talk about it, the United States, they make it as a competency requirement in the curriculum and into the extracurricular activities. And as I said, it's really discipline dependent, and the reason why we have this emphasis in healthcare is we end up dealing with too many different cultures, too many different backgrounds as part of our job. We work in hospitals, we take care of different kind of patients, and you need to be familiar with, how the physiology and might be different in one population versus the other. So it is really part of the core requirements, and how we actually inspire or have this in our curriculum is through study abroad programs that are almost mandatory for all students. So they have to take them, they are not optional. And as you all know, these study abroad programs have to happen in different countries. So in my school, for example, we have strong study abroad programs with the South America, like Brazil and some other countries. We also have strong programs in Canada, and we also have many numerous programs in Europe for study abroad. And we are trying to set up a similar program here with the University of Jordan, where we can have people come to Middle East. And we cannot underestimate the importance of these globalization and their impact on the quality that our students gain from participating in these experiences. And beyond the curriculum and education, we of course have, the need for internationalizing and globalizing our research for the very same purposes. If you want to have this carry out to your curriculum, this actually need to start from research. So we do know that, there are differences, in response to treatment, in treatment protocols, guidelines, as you go from one population to another. What works for this group might not work for another, and we really need to have this, starting from research perspective before it gets eventually translated, into curriculum and teaching. So there's also that big emphasis on globalization in research. And I know we are going to talk more about it. There are more specific questions that the panel might ask us about research. So I'm going to, stop here and save that for a later discussion.
Thank you very much, Professor Salah. Professor Khassaoune.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invite, and thank you for this great organization. So basically, there's nothing much to be said after your presentation. The University of Jordan is doing a maximum effort in globalization, and you mentioned almost every trick in the book that one could do. Also, the panelists did actually a really great job, made my job harder. But what I would want to say and emphasize on, 3 or 4 of us actually coming from the Middle East. So basically, we know the difference in culture, and this may be a key thing when we talk about globalization. I mean, culture is a huge issue. Also, comparing what we have in Europe or the US or North America generally as a globalization, and the opportunities our students have in just going somewhere is not as easy applied if you want to take people from Jordan. And I think you invited us just to reflect this and how this university could evolve and not what our experience based on our universities. And I would start basically think about what my students need here at the University of Jordan. And the first thing is just a point of let's say, joint class. And we do this. So we could now use the huge platform, for instance, that my university does, the University of Gießen. They have an international forum that you can just log in, and you will have also your certificate. But what we also offer that when people write us from different universities, and we do this with the University of Mersin in Turkey, we do this also with a couple of other universities in the worldwide, especially first in the soft skill. So we are from medicine, so it's a little bit hard to do theoretical courses, but soft skills, we do them online. So we have this virtual exchange, and this is first a very good point, because then students from Mersin, for instance, or from Istanbul University, and hopefully from the Jordan University, they will be able to see how good they will measure up with those universities before they decide to undertake such a journey. It's not easy coming from this part of the world, just, go there. So this would be one thing. And of course, you mentioned a lot of programs, one of them the DAD, one of the least programs that are applied for are a very nice program where you can take, as a university professor, 15 students, of your students, and go visit a German university for around 2 weeks. And we have more applications of individual scholarships rather than just, feeling out scholarships. And I do say that this is the easiest way for your students to feel out if they want to have this kind of globalization or what. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Gürel.
Well, thank you to everyone for hosting us, especially our dean. He made us work hard, but he also take good care of us. Well, concerning globalization and internationalization, this can be achieved from 2 different perspectives, right? There is the student perspective, and there are two other groups there. There is the international students coming in, and there are the university students going out. And the faculties, I guess we are going to come to that later on. Considering the students, the international office already seems to do much about what can be done on that area. And the other panelists are already told about other issues. I would like to stress the foreign languages. Most of the visiting professors here are from Western universities. They don't have that problem, but our university, for instance, most of the education is in Turkish. So we are in a transition in order to be able to both attract foreign students and send our students abroad. We are trying to convert at least a part of the curricula into English. Our department is currently started to offer for the past 3 years, I guess. 30% of the classes are in English, but the target is 100% English. And of course there is a resistance because of the senior faculty, but I guess that's the first thing to do, the foreign language, because foreign language does not only mean you are able to speak that language, but you also get the culture of that society. So that I believe should also be among the priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now I'll move to Professor Rami with more questions.
Yeah, I would like to start by picking up on what Dr. Salah al-Zaiti mentioned concerning the globalization as a competency requirement in the curriculum for accreditation purposes. And on that issue, and the question is for all of you actually, based on your own institution's expertise, because I trust that you will have different approaches to this issue. What are the needed reforms in education in terms of curriculum and content in order to integrate global dimensions into the curriculum?
Professor?
Yeah.
So I will start answering this question based on my experience at NYU. Again, because we have multiple campuses across the world. So normally it's a requirement for most of our courses that we teach at the university to include projects. And what most of us, most faculty who teach these courses do, to have teams of students to work on these projects are from different campuses. So, for example, when I teach a course in optimization or in logistics, so I have students from more than 10 different countries. So these students who attend the course remotely can also work with the students on the same course and the same project without the need for them to relocate to Abu Dhabi or to New York City. Some students do relocate and come to take the course in person. I would say for some universities or some courses, it's harder to apply this idea than others. The type of courses that I teach are theoretical, so there is no any experimental work in which someone need to be there in person to do them. For universities that don't have multiple campuses, maybe they can add to their curriculum a requirement, at least one or two courses to be international through other universities, through OUs, for example, that they can, some University of Jordan students to take courses at NYU, for example. So in these cases, students will be able to collaborate or to work on projects, on assignments, even with students at different locations of the world. Not only in teaching, also in research. So capstones, sometimes we require for our capstone students to include some ideas that they collaborate with from students in different campuses. Again, it's easy to apply for at a university level, especially when you have multiple campuses. For other universities in which they have single campus, maybe they can have some agreements with other universities. After they add a requirement for their curriculum for every student before they is able to graduate to have one of these courses.
Thank you. At Vanderbilt University, for at least for the medical students, it's mandatory to do a minimum of 3 months of research. There's a Global Health Institute that also fosters exchange programs and innovation and thinking about globalization. And students not only can go abroad, and other students can actually come to Vanderbilt too, and to kind of foster that. And then they have forums that also just are focused on globalization for that, so that also promotes it.
Thank you. Professor Salah.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to provide more of like a logistical answer here in terms of how we do these, competencies mapped throughout curriculums. So a few years ago, I was the chair of the Evaluation and Steering Committee in my school. And this is a committee that has to do with looking at all accreditation requirements that either come from the university, from the state, from other national organizations and international organizations. And we take these competencies, then we do what we call curriculum walkthroughs. And let me elaborate on that more. So we have horizontal walkthrough and hierarchical walkthrough. Horizontal means within the same program degree. So say that we're talking about the bachelor level. So we look at the entire curriculum for the bachelor level and try to map all of the competencies that we have throughout the curriculum to find the right place, the right course where a certain competency can be placed, rather than leaving this more of like, at the discretion of a given faculty. So, we start mapping these competencies in a logical order, depending on how students articulate throughout these courses. So like what they take in their freshman year, their junior year, their senior year, etc. And we start mapping these competencies. And we communicate with the instructor, primary instructor of that course, and say, this need to be added to the objectives of your syllabus and reapproved, and this need to be mapped based on, in content this way. And this yields more of like a logical continuation of these competencies within that certain degree level, like a bachelor level. And we do the same thing within a master and same thing within the doctoral program. Then we do a hierarchical walkthrough, which is what are the takeaways and deliverables a student comes out of, would ideally learn by the time they complete a certain degree. Now, what do they need to build on top of that? So we build the competencies hierarchically as you go from a bachelor into masters. How do you build on these? And same thing as you go from master to a PhD. And global network and global nursing, global research are part of these competencies, as I said, that they come from accreditation bodies. So we focus on these deliverables and map them throughout the curriculum as we map all other competencies. So this is sort of like how we try to build this into the curriculum to make sure it flows smoothly and seamlessly within the program and across programs. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Salah. Professor Khassaoune.
Thank you very much. So coming back maybe to your question, you asked how globalization is essential in accrediting the university and if this is really a requirement for our students. So I know of no speciality that would require a student to leave his or her country to do something abroad. You just offer them the chance, but you do not really press them to go out. Now, on the other hand, ranking is very important. So like as one of the consultants of the chancellor of our university, when we do the ranking, of course, we're measured on our collaborations and how many of our students went abroad, and that's why we try to convince them to go abroad, but we cannot really force them to go abroad. Again, you have to look at this, in my opinion, from a completely different angle. Now we are talking about designing a curriculum, and integrative curriculums now are easier. So it's easier within Europe. We do this with Oslo. We do this with so many other universities. We can do integrative kind of curriculum, talk to each other, and at the end reach a good description for a certain subject. If you want to do this with a different country outside of Europe, I think it starts here again. And you have to think about what would I like to reach with the globalization. I think the main issue we all think of is our students and our student reach after graduation. So if you want to do anything on your curriculum, in my opinion, you have to look at this again from a marketing point of view. Where would I get my students afterward? So you look at those specialities that really still in need of so many manpower and will absorb whatever you will give them. And accordingly, you talk to the universities in that country and try to manage, be a little bit more agile in your curriculum. And then you will have a higher globalization really in no time. Like I will just give you a number, 2030, Germany will have 7 million people who will go in retirement. Those need to be replaced, and mainly in healthcare sectors and also in engineering sectors. The major problem, if you want to accredit those coming from Jordan, they do not have as much practical courses abroad from university, but in the country. I mean, this basically they are doing everything in the lab, but not in the hospitals. And that's why a nursing degree from Jordan will not even be equivalent to the vocational training of the German system. So this will, I will look at it from this way, going abroad and not just thinking the way Germans would think, but how can I bring my students abroad with the easiest, the fastest, and the most demanded way.
It's my turn, I guess. Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, accreditation as a piece of paper, I don't think it works much. We got an accreditation 2 years ago from ACAS, from a German accreditation company. I'm sorry?
Not from mine, because I own one.
No.
I own an accreditation.
Really? Okay. We should have bought it from you. Anyways. But the accreditation has brought us some standards, right? It goes over the curricula, it goes over the physical facility, it goes over the student evaluation that we were collecting student evaluation, but no one really reported student evaluation and how to adapt to it. Especially if it's an international accreditation, it also means that your curricula is reviewed and integrated into international other departments that are international. So you also have the opportunity to review these issues and stress the importance of these student evaluation syllabus. These were very strange things for us at Rooster, so on and so forth. So these standards, you need them for the internationalization, but the certificate itself, I don't think they are able to attract too much of a student. I mean, I don't think the student makes a decision, well, they have an accreditation from this company. I don't think so. But accreditation itself, the student might say, well, accreditation is a sign of quality, but the specific accreditation, I don't think the brand really does matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my next question will be addressed to Dr. Diabat. In your opinion, what are the core values and core competencies should our global education equip our students with?
Again, I think it's very important for any university to provide students with tools or technology that can facilitate to work together internationally. So they don't need to be together in the same country or even in the same classroom. So we do have at my university a platform that can assist students to get together and work together in a specific project or idea. Students should understand that not all students have the same culture, and the culture is something very important because it can add a lot of difficulties and or create some issues between students who work together. So not understanding someone cultures can create big issues, and this is what happened for some of the cases that we had in the past. So students should understand or should be somehow trained to or explored to different cultures. So they do respect other people's cultures or sometimes religions too. So some of the topics that we had in the past or some of the projects, they included some religious aspects. And when students from different religions work together, so they had some issues, some disagreements among them, talking about that. So having disagreement is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but students should understand how to respect other people's cultures and again, and other things that is related to them. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Dr. Taqif being the only panelist here who comes from a European university, and definitely he must have come across and most likely dealt with some aspects of the Erasmus instruments. My question to you would be, what internationalization best practices would you recommend so that the universities can effectively enhance their education?
Thank you for the question. Of course, you mean the University of Jordan, right?
Yeah. Well, it will affect us, but
yeah.
Your own experience actually with the Erasmus process and how it improved the education delivery through the internationalization components. So and of course, we'll learn from you.
So Erasmus is a great tool. I mean, for us, it's so easy. We have an Erasmus office in every European university, and you have only to apply to a sister faculty. So it's not the university, like Faculty of Medicine would work with the Faculty of Medicine. And makes it so easy after that, that we, just on the basis, you can have two faculty members come to you 2 times a year for 2 weeks long, and the same for students. And if you have this kind of agreement, it's called Erasmus Plus, you can easily apply for short-term projects. And this is really great because then you know if you want to work with this person. I mean, also for the globalization, something, because you just mentioned that, I wanted to add, it's not about the students, about us also as faculty. Not each and every one of us is ready to be open to globalization because this puts you under a microscope. You know, your research, your work ethics and everything is now judged by a colleague somewhere halfway across the world. So before you do this and say if you can work with him on us, Erasmus is a great option. And it's open actually for the Jordanian universities, but again, you have to find the matching faculty. And the students who started Erasmus, also either European or international, managed to find their way in German institutions, and afterward, some of them became entrepreneurs and built their own companies in Germany.
So my next question will be to Professor Salah. Since the objective of globalization, one of the objectives of globalization is to enhance productivity. In your opinion, how can the educational system be made an instrument in preparing students to compete in the world markets as productive members of the global society?
Okay, so this is a never-ending question, you know, which is how do we actually maximize productivity? And globalization might be indirectly, in my own, you know, perspectives related to productivity, but it for sure makes our graduates highly marketable, you know, for the workforce. So if I wanna maybe cite few examples here, it would be, you know, starting from education and going into research. So starting from education, we have the honors program This is what we call it, which is a program that's designed for, really highly gifted students who are, who achieve a high GPA, sort of like midway through their undergrad studies, and they become very good candidates for like enrolling into this honors program. So we have an honors college, which is a separate entity in the university itself, so students get enrolled, so they apply and get admitted into the honors college. Now that honors college mainly focus on giving them an enriched experience, and one main theme is actually globalization. So these students become really like, hot targets for working with international groups, doing study abroad programs, and actually completing an undergrad honors thesis, which is like a small research project where we really encourage them to do more of like a comparative analysis in the profession, where they look at data, say, from the US plus another country, and eventually they end up presenting the results in an international conference where they interact and network with other people. Now when they graduate, they earn what we call like an honors degree in addition to their undergraduate diploma, and that makes them highly marketable in big enterprises, and big hospital systems, especially the ones that are more used to treating, patients that come, from all around the world, like when you go to Mayo Clinic or even Cleveland Clinic and these places, MD Anderson as a cancer center. So when students, nursing students, go there, nursing graduates say, yeah, I have an honors degree. They know that includes globalization. They become, highly marketable to these certain organizations or healthcare systems that target, these students for, having that training in global nursing, global healthcare. And my other piece that I want to add is about, research. It makes, for faculty, it makes their research more impactful. And I want to cite, a few examples here. So almost 10 years ago, a very famous paper was published in Science that looked at number of co-authors in a given paper, their backgrounds in terms of multidisciplinary backgrounds, and their global network as number of co-authors, and the impact that certain paper had on the field. And few themes emerged, but one of them was the more countries in terms of affiliation the authors had on that paper, the greater the impact and the outreach of that paper. And it became one of the cornerstone papers that promote for doing multidisciplinary research plus global research. And in my case, I am a Fulbright visiting professor, and I've been here in Jordan for like almost 10 months now. I came here for the entire academic year, and I'm here to do research, global research. That gave me a lot of leverage in my school, a lot of of course, privileges. Plus, it opens doors for funding. So, for example, I'm well funded from National Institute of Health, and one of their institutes has to do with international research. And the more connections you have with international institutions, and they have too many different programs, the more competitive you become for these opportunities. And so it is really important, when it comes to education and research, how adding this globalization perspective is going to increase your productivity and your competition into the market in terms of workforce, but plus for faculty in terms of your research, advancing your career, etc.
Thank you very much, Professor Rami.
Well, I'm glad that Dr. Salah mentioned research. Otherwise, we were going to finish without talking about research. So this question is actually for everybody, but we will start with Dr. Natasha. Okay. Based on your international research collaboration experience, can you identify one obstacle that can seriously hinder international research collaboration, and how would you suggest overcoming it? So we'll start with Dr. Natasha and then everybody else.
So I've been doing research, collaborating with University of Jordan, Al Bashir, since 2007. Definitely, sometimes an obstacle originally is finding funding. I think that's one of the things. But what I found is doing pilot studies, so getting access just to small amount of money to show feasibility. So I had access to funds when I first joined faculty, and we did a small project for respiratory surveillance over 3 months, and then proved feasibility. And so then we were able to convince the Union Bank of Switzerland to then give us $1 million to be able to do surveillance over 3 years. The other, and another obstacle is just facilitating that collaboration, of being able to easily exchange funds through both institutions is one of the things. So, but trying to secure funds, but just the positive side is a little bit of funds can go a long way.
Dr.
Maybe Professor Gerson can add to the question about the obstacles in joint research between universities.
I agree with Natasha. I won't touch it if there is no money, right? Funding is very important. I mean, maybe at an earlier stage, you need to publish, so on and so forth, but things are changing and people have limited time. So, but there is funding, right? Erasmus is not just an exchange program. We just received a funding of 400,000 euros from K2 from European Union about integration of artificial intelligence to higher education. So the previous session on artificial intelligence, we will have it ready hopefully in 3 years. There will be a platform. You can also check it, maybe you would be able to register it. The internet site is not that ready, but if you would like to receive some information about how to integrate it, it's eduai project.eu. That's the internet web page. But there are many funding opportunities for exchange programs as well. There is the Marie Curie, for instance. You create doctoral programs, staff exchange programs. There are the European universities for master's degrees, so on and so forth. There is a huge amount of money there. So without the money, it's a waste of time most of the time. Well, there are some other problems with not knowing those people who you interact with sometimes. That's a problem, but that also relates to your network. Expanding your network is also important.
Thank you very much, Professor. We only have 5 minutes for the questions. Dr. Abedat, please.
Thank you. I have a few comments. The first one we start by. The first one, one of the panelists said accreditation is not important. I disagree with him strongly. In engineering, for example, nobody will send his kid to an engineering school that's not ABET accredited. Forget about it. And I'm sure in the other discipline, this applies. Regarding how we can embed curriculum subjects in the curriculum in order to meet sometimes university accreditation. Middle State in the United States and Southern and all of these regional accreditation agencies, they require globalization aspects in the curriculum. When I was in New Jersey and in Fordham University in New York, we had a cross-cultural committee. I had the honor to be then its chaired. And we identify courses because the basic education requirement focus on this aspect in the most US curriculum. There is basic education requirement, and part of that pool, there should be cross-cultural courses to meet the aspects of globalization in the university accreditation at large. So one of the courses, for example, I recall we approved was, I remember, the art in India. And we used to look at the syllabus, and I was one of the people, I rejected it. Because when the instructor talked about it, he talked about all art in India except the Islamic art. I said, how can you talk about art in India without mentioning Muslims' contribution to art in India? And then we have to revise it. I just give you one example. Other examples, we had...
we're short in time.
Fast, okay. Qing Dynasty, Qing Dynasty history and the reason for its fall. That's the last dynasty in China. And I think there's no time. I'm being pushed, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We'll take 2 questions, please, Professor.
Well, internationalization and global partnership, you see, these are buzzwords nowadays. And I think every university, whether in a developing world or in a developed world, they are pursuing, I mean, at a very fast pace, particularly to adhere to the internationalization policies. I've been part of a delegation as the rector of University of Lahore. We visited Britain. I mean, 2 weeks we spent, and there was a program on leadership, whereby we have been, I mean, some of the people, very eminent, I mean, scholars, they deliver lecture on leadership, on how to formulate strategic plans. And the promising feature of that program was the TNE, transnational education. How to set up, how to establish campuses in different countries. Because there are many facets of internationalization, starting from student mobility, faculty exchange, joint research projects, and many others. But if you go for global partnership, definitely you have to adhere to the policies and the prescribed rules and regulation of the country where you are going to establish a campus.
Thank you.
Yes, and there are some more comments.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Related to globalization, because I have learned a lot and I have been working, I mean, on this issue for the last 30 years.
Thank you, Professor. Our last question will be to Professor because he was...
Thank you. Well, actually, one of the problems in funding research here in Jordan and basically in the whole region is the private sector actually does not fund the research in a special way where it's participating in the research work in the region. So from your experience, can you elaborate a little bit on the drives of the private sector really to fund from your experiences, and is it somehow by the legislations or by regulations they have to fund, or it's just because of their own interest in the research or the trust which is built by the researchers and the private sector?
Thank you, Professor. Who would like to answer the question? Professor?
There's definitely foundation. One of the things is just investment. So like obviously in the United States, just the National Institute of Health, the CDC have opportunities for individuals to apply for grants. The NIH will also let international collaborators apply for grants. There's the Gates Foundation, so Melinda and Bill Gates invested their wealth into research. There is the Qatar Foundation, but one of the stipulations is that 50% of the funds need to stay in Qatar, and that one individual needs to be from Qatar, right? But there's not a lot of individuals that are in Qatar that can do that. So one thing I think the Arab region, there is lots of money, right? And so fostering collaboration and being able to allow those that don't have the means, that are at middle or lower income, to be able to have access and foster that collaboration. I think that's something that the Arab nations, there are some people with a lot of wealth, and I think being able, if we could come together as a group, I feel like the science would go a lot farther.
Thank you very much, Professor. Maybe Professor Gerson wanted to add something, or Professor Khassaouna, but please quickly, we have only 1 minute left.
The private sector doesn't pay if they don't see the value in it. But most of the funding trend is intersectoral. Now, the funders also want, for instance, in our project, 4 of the 7 partners are non-academic. So intersectorality is also very important to find these relevant partners and integrate them into the project.
Thank you. Last comment.
Private sector is very, very important partner for us, and it's indeed legislation and the regulations. Basically, they get a lot of benefit because they have tax deductions when they pay us money, and they're buying the best minds without putting a penny. So basically, they're using, like my lab have around 7 million euros of equipments. They don't have to pay this. But also the university would allow us to take money from the university with a different cut. You know, when it's governmental funded, it's 70% the university, 30% the researcher. But when it's an industrial partner, they have the larger cut, and they can also decide if this will harm them in publishing or patenting. This I can tell you, you can't have it. The reason why we do this, we grow even like more experience when we take money from the industry, even if we will at the end of the day not publish it, but we learn more and we know, which is very, very crucial for us, what the market needs. So when they say, no, we don't need this because it's not sellable, you know, researchers are interested in everything, so we know, okay, next time when we apply for funding, we know this is not important for this.
Thank you very much, Professor. And with this, we conclude this session. I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for their informative insights on internationalization and globalization. And thank you all, and we'll move to the next session. Thank you.
Our fourth session is titled UJ, a world-class university in research. To commence this session, I'd like to invite Professor Falih Sawair, Vice President for International Accreditations and Global Rankings, Professor of Oral Pathology, to present his insightful research titled UJ's Research Highlights. The stage is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished honorary professors, esteemed guests, colleagues, students, and all attendees. Welcome to this fourth session in which we will discuss the importance of international collaboration, how it enhances UJ's research influence and impact on a global scale. Before starting this session, I would like to give you an overview about the research at UJ, trying to do it within 5 to 7 minutes. Although they say always that when I start to talk about UJ, I never stop. So this is a challenge for me. I will fail in that. For Jordan, in the last 20 years, almost there is 100,000 publications indexed internationally. In the year 2023, it's almost 12,000 publications. Around 20. If we look to the Arab region, Jordan is ranked in the year 2023 as the number 6, but if we take the number of population into consideration, Jordan is number 4 after Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, and Qatar. So if we also take the economic factor into consideration, I'm sure our rank will be more. Around 25% of Jordan's output is from the University of Jordan. In the year 2023, around 2,500 publications indexed internationally for the University of Jordan. And the number, as you see, is increasing dramatically each year. It is number 1 within the universities in Jordan. Around 83% of this output is in articles, around 5.6% review papers, and around 4.5% conference papers, and around 6% book chapters, and 0.1% books. Most of this output is in life sciences and medicine, around 45%, followed by engineering and technology, around 36%, and then the natural sciences, social sciences and management, 24%, and natural sciences, 22%, and around 6% arts and humanities. If we go to the source of this of these outputs, you can see that around 70% of the UJ research output is coming from the schools of sciences and health, and around 27% from the social sciences and humanities schools, and between 3 to 4% from the research centers. The ratio from the humanities and social sciences is improving, as you can see. If we go to the how many papers per faculty member at the level of the university, it is in the year 2023 around 1.5 publication each year. It is almost 2 papers per year in the sciences and health schools, and around 1 publication per faculty member in the humanities and social sciences. If we go to the schools, around these are the top 10 schools producing the publications. The School of Medicine, around 20%, followed by the School of Science, and third is this year the School of Business, and followed by engineering, pharmacy, IT, foreign languages, nursing, agriculture, and dentistry. These publications are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, mostly to those concerned with good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, also with the some other SDGs above the world average, but if we go to some SDGs, we are still lagging behind the world average, particularly, for example, in affordable and clean energy and industry, innovation, and infrastructure. We are publishing in good quality journals. Around 45% of our publications are in Q1 journals, and around 32% in Q2. The percentage in publishing in Q3 and Q4 journals are decreasing, as you see. We publish with international collaboration in around 58% in the year 2023, and around 24% with national collaboration, and the publishing with just institutional and single authorship, as you can see, is decreasing. The impact when there is international collaboration, as you can see, it is almost twice that impact when it is just done with national collaboration, and almost 3 times when you do it with institutional or just single authorship. We have a lot of collaborators. We have more than 4,000 plus collaborating institutions worldwide, mostly concentrated in Europe, North America, Middle East, Asia Pacific. Less contribution or collaboration, from Africa and South America. If you go to Europe, for example, these are the top collaborating institutions. Some of them, the collaboration resulted in impactful research, as you can see. And also with North America, we have more than 600 collaborating institutions. Most of these collaborations resulted in impactful research, as you can see. And also with the other areas in Asia Pacific, we have good collaborations. According to the QS ranking, we have good collaboration in the field life sciences and medicine and in engineering and technology, but the collaboration is not that satisfying in the humanities and social sciences yet. We have support for the collaboration with the different sectors. We have collaboration with the academic sector, with the medical sector in around 9.5% of the publications, with the government sector in around 6% of our publications, and with the industry in around 1% of the publication, and the other sectors around 1%, and only academic collaboration with other institutions around 78%. The collaboration with the sectors also affect the impact of the research. As you can see, when you have collaboration with the industry, for example, it is around 10-fold increase in the impact of the research compared with other collaborations. At UJ, we are concerned much with the quality and the influence of the research, and one of the tools we are using is to support the establishment of research groups in the different domains, in life sciences, medicine, engineering, natural sciences, social sciences, arts, and currently we have more than 100 research groups in the different domains with specific research lines, and they have websites for each research group, and one of the policies is to have international collaborators in these research groups. Thank you very much. I will leave the time for the others.
Thank you, Professor Sawair, for your enlightening presentation. Now, this ongoing session is moderated by Professor Amir Al-Masri, Dean of Scientific Research School, Professor and Consultant of Child Neurology, School of Medicine at University of Jordan, and Professor Raed Bani Yassin, Professor of Management and Information Systems, and the Dean of the School of Business at University of Jordan. Please join me in welcoming the panelists to the stage.
Dear esteemed guests, all respected audience, welcome again. As Professor Falih Sawair just stated, in this panel, we will discuss the importance of international collaboration in enhancing the university's visibility and impact from the worldwide perspectives. So specifically, this panel will discuss several issues such as the challenges and solutions, best practices and success stories, impact on student and early career researchers, the funding and resources issues, the role of technology, and future directions and advice for University of Jordan. So quickly, I'll introduce our honorary professors for this panel. First of all, Professor Claire Anderson. Professor Claire Anderson is a professor of social pharmacy, Division of Pharmacy Practice and Policy, School of Pharmacy, University of Nottingham. I graduated from Nottingham as well. You are welcome. So Claire is currently the president of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society. As an internationally renowned social pharmacy researcher, she has shaped the future of global research in this area and the development of pharmacy in the UK and globally. So you are so welcome. Second, Professor Mohammed Obaidat. He is a distinguished academic and researcher renowned internationally with a PhD in computing engineering from Ohio State University, and he has authored over 1,200 refereed technical articles, 100 books, and 70 book chapters. MashaAllah, Doctor. Editor-in-chief of 3 scholarly journals, including Wiley's International Journal of Communication Systems. He was ranked as the top computer scientist and scholar in electronic and in electrical engineering in Jordan. And in 2022, Springer published a book honoring his contribution in computing, informatics, networking, and cyber security. Professor Obaidat holds prestigious fellowships and is widely recognized for his significant scientific endeavors. Professor Nabil Al-Qaid, also Professor Nabil Al-Qaid, he will be our prestigious keynote now, is a professor of anesthesiology, perioperative medicine, neurology, sorry about that, it's business terms. For me, it's like, you know. Yeah, medicine, and PhD in physiology and pharmacology, and from the USA. He holds the James Metcalf Chair in Cardiovascular Research and is the Director of Researcher at the Knight Cardiovascular Institute. His research is focused on experimental stroke and vascular cognitive impairment. He has authored over 120 scientific papers. His research program is funded by 2 R01 grants from the NIH, a small business grant, and a T32 training grant. He is an active member of grant review panels at the National Institute of Health, NIH, and his experience is evidenced by his editorial board role in esteemed journals, including Stroke and Journal of Cerebral Blood Flow and Metabolism. So you are so welcome, Professor, with us. And then we'll go to Professor Mohammed Regeb, is a fellow professor at the Department of Statistics and Operation Research at Kuwait University. He received his PhD from the Ohio State University. His research interests include order data analysis, biostatistical applications, and reliability theory. He has more than 170 publications and has received various research awards during the last 2 decades, among them Khalifa Award for Education. So you are welcome, dear Professor. And Professor Bakr Youn also holds the John Hinton Endowed Professorship in the Horace Cole School of Hospitality Management at Auburn University. He completed his PhD in Hospitality and Tourism Administration at Oklahoma State University in 2006. Professor Youn's research and teaching interests center on international hospitality operations and strategies. He has published extensively on these topics in a number of leading academic journals in the field and has been recognized with numerous awards for excellence in research and education. Okay, and finally, Dr. Sarah Abu Arqoub, she completed her studies from the University of Connecticut in 2022, an American Board of Orthodontic Certified orthodontist and a clinical assistant professor at the University of Florida. Hoping Dr. Ashraf I'm spelling right. And she has more than 45 publications in higher impact journals as associate editor in Progress for progress in orthodontics and an editor for seminars in orthodontics as well. So you are welcome all. Thank you.
Welcome all again, and we're so excited to have such a tremendous experience and esteemed professors and researchers, and we really want to grasp this opportunity to enhance our collaboration with all of you first, and also to get insights from all of you in regards to experiences and how can the University of Jordan proceed more in terms of global collaboration. And our first question, and it's an open question, it's going to be for everybody. I would like each one of you to have 1 or 2 minutes to give us insight about, briefly, how can you describe your experience with international research collaboration, and how does that impacted your work? And I will start with Professor Abidat.
Thank you. Before I start, I would like to congratulate the university administration, faculty, students, and staff for the outstanding achievement in research. This is impressive. I mean, the progress is exponential, and keep up the good work. Proud to be part of you. You know, when I worked as a chair, a dean, or a faculty member in various universities, including United States, I helped forge collaboration with institutions all over the world, in South America, in India, China, the populous countries. And these relations brought good number of publication, actually quality publication, some patents, and a few startups. Among these collaboration was Coltec, that is an institute established in Russia. Actually, it was established by MIT, where we put money, pool money between, and there were exchange visits and joint seminars and workshops. The work was very impressive. Outcomes were good. Other experience is with Osmania University in India, where we had collaboration to have a 2-2 program for the undergraduate and 2-3 for master combined, and 2-2 for the PhD program. We had joint funds money for research, and we have exchange visits. In Chile, we have National Science Foundation program. There is international program for collaboration with international institutions. When I was at Monmouth University in New Jersey, we had good projects on cybersecurity at that time, and we visited University of Chile, and they visited us. And as I said, the outcome was good. We produced good number of quality publications, and we recruited actually students as well. I have also experience with the University of Science and Technology, Beijing. By the way, I consider myself the citizen of the world after, you know, my experience in North America, Asia, Middle East, everything. So with the University of Science and Technology, Beijing, you know, I have ongoing collaboration, and the outcome is excellent. Actually, I just want to bring that to the administration of the University of Jordan. They should pay attention that China now has a program for Arab states. When President Xi Jinping met with the Arab leaders in Riyadh last year, after that, he initiated an initiative for Arab countries, Arab states. And actually, I've been contacted to have a team from University of Jordan to work with more than one university, University of Science and Technology, Beijing, and Dalian University of Technology, and Hainan University. There is a program. They want to establish labs and joint research projects. And the key thing, they said, we'll do most of the work, and there will be exchange of visits, and all of that will be covered by the grant. they need a letter from the Ministry of Higher Education, they told me. As I said, the outcomes were good, although we could produce more, but COVID at one time did not help us much, although we had some communication, but it affected some of the outcomes. In addition to research grants and publication and some patents and a few startup companies, I think we were able to recruit students, especially graduate students. And we had joint PhD program. A joint PhD program with highly esteemed universities in the world, top 200 universities, probably something the University of Jordan should look at. And it will actually, it's already in the international map, it will also put it even more highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vedat. Now we go for Professor Claire, if you can give us in 1 minute or 2 minutes your insights.
For me, it's all about people. It's about having good mentors. When I started at the University of Nottingham as a senior lecturer, being told that I had to have an international career, but being supported in that and being mentored by more senior colleagues who had done it already. And I think that really helped me. And then it's about people who I met when I went to international conferences, particularly the International Pharmaceutical Federation. And I'm here today because of that, because Rula, the head of School of Pharmacy, and I met through that. And I met some other people here through that as well. So that, again, is all about people building connections. Then you get to know people, you get asked to work with them. They want to come on sabbatical, they want to come on staff exchange, they want to come do postdocs, they want to send their students to do PhDs, and so on and so forth. So it's all built around that. I've been facilitated by, as I've said, the International Pharmaceutical Federation, but the University of Nottingham is part of something called Universitas 21, which was all about the 21st century. A group of top research universities got together to work together to facilitate working across those universities. So I was the pharmacy representative on the executive of that for a while, and we developed a number of projects, but they weren't just in pharmacy, they were cross-disciplinary. At the time, it was when social media was beginning, and we did some wonderful projects on social media and health professional education, which we published about 5 papers from and had a conference and all sorts. So again, that was about building, having the money, facilitating. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Professor Kaid.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for this invitation. This is quite an honor. And as stated before, it shows commitment to excellence, it shows leadership, and shows a vision for a new direction for the University of Jordan, which would be honored to be part of. So thank you. In terms of my experiences, I'd like to just mention 2 experiences. They are contrasting experiences, one with the University of Jordan and one with the University of Nanjing in China. So the University of Jordan was an ad hoc effort on my part and some of my colleagues with no institutional commitment, no political backing, and no investment in either personnel or financial. The collaboration with China came with a significant investment in personnel, backing from the highest leadership, University of Nanjing, but also with a lot of money. The collaboration with the University of Jordan was hit and miss, and a lot of our projects didn't go anywhere, unfortunately. And this comes to highlight the importance of backing from the university, institutional commitment, the financial, the administrative support, which is something we'll be talking about. The University of Nanjing collaboration, they have Center of Excellence now for stroke and Alzheimer's disease in Nanjing, and they are My former fellow is now the chair of that department and is a leader in neurological and neurosurgical research in China. So I think the investment is worth it. And I think today's forum is an indication that University of Jordan is going in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great because in our next talks we will be talking about these challenges. So our Professor Raqab or Professor Bakr, Professor Bakr, sorry, Professor Bakr.
They changed their mind. Yeah. For me, if it was not for international collaborations with researchers from other countries, I cannot, by any stretch of the word, say that I will be progressing in my career or doing anything. So and that makes sense when your research interest is in international business and cross-cultural management. It's just natural fit. And it helped me a lot when my institution made it a major expectation to have an international reputation to be promoted to the rank of full professor. So you have to be established authority in your field. And that the burden is on me to prove how I achieved that. And that opened the door for me to host visiting scholars, be a major professor, a mentor for doctoral students from many countries. We'll talk about 25 graduate students. Almost every research project that I was involved in after moving from Jordan to Auburn University in the United States was done by collaborators from other countries. When you serve in editorial boards, an associate editor for established research opens the door for connections and networking based on areas of expertise. This was a mix of personal interest and expectation by my university. It was a good marriage. So that's with the focus on the research.
Professor Raqab.
Thank you for the invitation. Delighted actually to be here and back home university. My experience coming from different places, let me describe just mention the universities I work. So I start working in US first, then come back to Jordan University, and then the United Arab Emirates University, then the Kuwait University, King Saud University, just maybe 1 year at that time. Then I also appointed as the research consultant to the vice president of King Abdulaziz University. So I actually met many people in the area. So let me just tell you that when I started from scratch, from the beginning. I have contacted the well-known person in my major. I am working in statistics, an area called ordered statistical data. There are some applications in engineering and some application in medicine and because close to the biostatistical applications. So I contacted him because I had read actually many papers for him and told him about an idea, and he welcomed for that. Then we publish some articles in a good journals. Then after that, this is the first station for me. So the second station, when my advisor actually invited me to attend a conference where actually many people in the area will be there. So I met the people there, and actually one of them from Polish Academy of Science contacted me. I don't know him, but he actually read the papers and told me about it can be actually generalized to his area of interest. And he invited me actually to the 3 workshop in Polish Academy of Science. This is the second station, actually. It was helpful. So the third station, actually, I get funding here when I was working here, like in 2005, 2006, through a program called Actuarial Science in College of Science here. And actually, I got funding for this program from the World Bank. And part of it actually was holding a conference in my area. So I just actually invited all the people in my area, all of them mostly, let me say mostly, they came here to Jordan in 2007. And I was guest editor for well-known journal actually in the major. Even that, let me tell you that even when I got the research, maybe we will talk later about the funding or research funding. It's very important actually to get funding for your research or for your programs. So this helped me a lot actually to contact people. So I was able even to recruit well-known persons to come actually and to present their work, to know them well, better than actually just to contact them through the emails and these sites. So I met them here. So they were very happy actually. So actually the extension for my work actually started from here, from that. Based on my experience, I can say generally, actually, when you contact people and collaboration actually with the international people, it means that you can look at the recent work. Even that when I start, actually, my work is far away from my thesis. So, you know, when you leave or you graduate from your school 15 years later, so you will maybe you will not find your major. You will not find your area because, you know, the world is changing dramatically. So even that in the research, some area will disappear. So, but when you actually contact the people and even that in the conferences or through the communications, I think you can update your information about your research and about your work. I think the communications, skills, and professionalism are the keystone actually for the research work. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Professor Sarah, could you give us your insights, please?
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm really honored to be in my hometown after like a long absence. And about my like international collaborations, I only started recently collaborating since I've been like a clinical assistant professor at University of Florida for only 2 years. And I started taking it gradually. Like I started with small projects because I don't know what like the future holds. So basically I focused on systematic reviews and meta-analysis with international colleagues of mine. And I felt that the impact was really great on my citations, on my publications, and also on my students. Like in terms, I usually try to get students work with me whenever I do international collaborations, or even in my own research, dental students, and not only like postgraduate students. So I feel that despite all the advantages, however, that like international collaboration in research can offer, I faced a lot of challenges as well. So like I faced challenges in terms of communication barriers. So I think that we need to give extra time for our collaborators and maybe hold more meetings with them when we do international collaborations in research. Like also I faced barriers in terms of clinical research doing in terms of the IRB and the data privacy and security issues that was a big thing at University of Florida. They care a lot about IRB, and so I think it's one of the challenges that I'm currently facing in clinical research. And also, I think once we collaborate internationally, we should set guidelines between us and our collaborators and have some agreements with regards to properties and credits of authorship, or like prior to starting the research. And another international collaboration can be through having some advisors in master's research committees. Like my students, my master's students at University of Florida, I have a couple of research projects where I have collaborated with international colleagues of mine to be part of master thesis projects, and I felt that they contributed big time to the experience and methodologies of these projects, and I'm really grateful to them. The other thing that I benefit from also from international collaborations is the resources. Sometimes, like, for example, in systematic reviews and meta-analysis, like my library does not have, or the library of X university does not have access to certain pages or like Scopus or PubMed articles, so you can request that from a different institution. And similarly, like for other resources, when it comes to AI projects, having engineers, having IT persons from other schools that would add like to the promotion and the advancement of international collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you all for sharing us your road to success. However, during our journeys, we always have challenges. So we will, I want to have this opportunity to ask Professor Clary, what were the main challenges that you have faced in establishing and maintaining international research collaboration? And how can universities overcome these challenges? Yes, it's for you.
So I guess one of the challenges that I could talk about is about cultural competency, because I think that's really important, and that we understand the people coming to work in our groups. So we will have people from all over the Arab world, from Asia, from South America, as well as our local UK and European people. So we're a very, very mixed group. And that is fantastic, and it needs to be celebrated, but it's remembering to be sensitive. So some of the people from this part of the world asked if we could have a small room to be a prayer room. So we said yes, and did that for them. We celebrate the different festivals, so with the special food, everybody brings that in. Also, when people first start in the group, we ask them to do a presentation at our research meeting, which focuses not at all on their research, but on their culture, their background, what they bring, where they grew up, the things that are special to them in their culture. And I think that's really helped us with that challenge, and we've built relationship through that.
Thank you. Professor Raed.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, my question goes to Professor Bakr Oyoun, to the same area, but I don't know if there's the difference, or it's the main challenges among the humanities, and if it's different than the sciences disciplines. I mean, in establishing and maintaining the international research collaboration. Your thought about that, please.
It was interesting to listen to my colleagues on the panel from a very basic science background, but they're talking about similar issues that I thought that are really relevant to our social sciences. We are talking about very similar political, legal, economic influences on that affects your international collaboration. So I don't think they are different. What is different is how intense some of these and how relevant they are. As I was listening to the previous session, I just got an email from a team that I'm working with. I'm working You have a collaborator from the United States, another one from China, and I'm from Jordan originally. The lead researcher is doing a research on work-family balance and how it spill over into their family. They take their load with them to home, and he is leading the project on tracking and helping companies resolve the issues that their employees may be facing. The American researcher insisted that he includes questions in his research related to LGBTQ. We talk about, so this is a familiar concept in Jordan, I'm assuming. Okay, so she insisted, and he's from China, and he said, I cannot touch that issue. It's a taboo in my country. I cannot even talk about it in research or in any other capacity. She insisted that I don't know how it's going to move forward. This is a new email I just received like 2 hours ago. So cultural is not just, to your point, it is, we are not talking about machines, we're talking about people. And in addition to the IRB you mentioned, Doctor, the IRB, so we're talking about, for people who don't know, this is federal requirements for any research that you do that can be disseminated or published or presented at a conference. You have to get a clearance. They will check on the ethicality of your research, human sciences or any other sciences. Now, the challenge, as I faced in my collaboration, is that what is ethical is different from one culture to another. So it's not just about direct interaction. It's about what is ethical to you and what's ethical to me. We are both trained in science, but we are also humans, and we belong to societies and cultures and religions and values. Yeah. And I think that tends to be more intense, more relevant when you do social or social research or humanities, because you have to deal with these soft, intangible factors, but they can make or break your research or your reputation.
Thank you.
So the major factors, I think they exist, they're across the board, but how relevant some of these factors, like economic factors, affect all disciplines. Political, every time I have to do a research or a consulting or any work with any collaborators from outside the United States, I have to report that. There's conflict of interest issue. I have to report it. I have to get an approval, not just for my university, for the government of the state, because this is a public university, and I'm considered a public employee. So anything that has international flavor to my work, it has to be reported, just like politicians do.
Thank you.
I think that would be the major factor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amira.
My next question is to Professor Al-Kayed. You have already mentioned a challenge with the University of Jordan. So now I want to ask you, what are best practices that we have to adopt, and what's your advice so that we can go further with this international collaboration, and that can, because you have already got an experience. So from your point of experience, can you just give us an insight on what are the best practices to adopt? To move forward.
Thank you. I think developing an incentive plan, incentivizing the faculty to apply and to develop international collaborations and acquire international grants. There's a lot of money out there, but for the faculty to be engaged, we are all busy. I mean, we are full-time busy, and the faculty, they have a lot of teaching load here at the University of Jordan. So for them to dedicate a lot of time, it's a lot of effort to develop a grant. I think developing an incentive system, incentivizing them either financially, either giving them leadership role, incentivizing in terms of promotion and tenure, I think it goes a long way in encouraging them, seeking those opportunities and developing and acquiring those grants to support that collaboration. The other thing is, I did not notice, you know, at our university and in general in the US, there is an Office of Research Development. I didn't see anything here at the University of Jordan. Research development, helping seeking grant opportunities, providing administrative staff.
We have it with the Deanship of Scientific Research, actually. It's embedded with the Deanship of Scientific Research. It is embedded with the Deanship of Scientific Research.
Oh, okay. So that's important.
It's the staff. It's not a center. It's within the Deanship.
Okay, so enhancing it basically and developing, providing administrative staff to faculty, administrative support. It's a lot of work to seek. There's a lot of money out there, but they need help. They need incentives to seek those opportunities. And the third incentive is provide protected time. You know, the clinicians are busy seeing patients or operating, the teachers are busy teaching students, so dedicated time from the university, from the institution, from the dean, to dedicate effort to seek those opportunities and nurture and develop those opportunities, I think is what I would consider a best practice. And finally, what the University of Jordan doing today, which is a forum that shows a commitment from the highest level, that research is important to the University of Jordan. Historically, I used to work at the University of Jordan, and it is a teaching-focused university. But now we're talking about moving it into a research-intensive university. I think that is a lot of work. That is an ambitious goal. But I think part of it, or at least starts with a political decision from the top, and I think today's forum is an indication that we are moving in that direction, and I would consider that another best practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Raed.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Sarah, what about the impact of the international collaboration on the students and early career researchers, about the benefits for them? If you don't mind. Thank you.
No, it's okay. Thank you. So basically, I summarized these in 3 points. I would say enhance the skills and knowledge of students and early researchers, like broaden their exposure to different perspectives from different institutions around the world and different researchers. And the second point can be the access, as I mentioned before, to certain resources that are not available locally in some cases. Like they can divide the work in between them, like if certain institution has like extra resources and technology or advancement, and the other institution has like more libraries or something, that the students can divide the work between them. Like you do this part and I do that part, so it's kind of a teamwork thing between institutions. And about publications and citations, like having different reviewers for the paper before publication helps a lot. Like as an editor in progress in orthodontics, I received like papers that are just, they're not within the standards from certain institutions. So maybe if I show my paper, a paper that I've written to my colleague somewhere, he might draw my attention to red flags in that paper. So I might correct my paper to make it like more suitable for a submission to high impact journals. So I feel that it will have a great impact on my contribution to the field of science in a very decent way. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next question is for Professor Raqab. You have already mentioned the importance of funding, but I want you to elaborate more on how important are funding and resources in facilitating successful international collaborations.
Yeah. For the funding, actually, I am involved in the research committee, chair of the research committee in the department and in the college. And I actually, the main problems is actually how to write the research project. And sometimes actually for the students, or even that the faculty members, actually the project will be rejected because of the letter of intent, because he cannot actually present the purpose of the projects. For this, So I found it's very important to teach or to hold a workshop to teach the people actually to get some skills how to write the projects. Because sometimes there is actually competence between many peoples. So especially for the projects with the higher amount of money, like when you say about $100,000, so it means that it's not easy to get the fund. So it's important actually to concentrate on that. So in the department, actually, in our department, I gave lectures Thursday. They're actually in Kuwait University. They teach the graduate student a course on ethics and professionalism, and teach them actually how to fill the forms of the research projects, how to actually to get some experience and to evaluate even that project, seminars, and these things. It's very important for the student, and even that for the faculty member. Because, I know that many faculty members can lose actually the funding actually because small things. And the other things, and very important actually, I should concentrate because I was here. University of Jordan actually, he got many improvement in the research actually. We should say that. And sometimes you cannot see it outside, but there are other, like the incentives, like some research grants, because there are some differences between the countries. But let me say that maybe something say before about the reduced teaching cost loads. I know that it is sensitive, but I think it's very important for the people who are doing research well, because you have to distinguish them as long as actually they promote the university. Mm-hmm. I know that there are some problems. Some people from the administration will say it. They are absolutely correct. But I know, and I can introduce, can say something from Kuwait University about the project. So at the beginning, they gave funding for the people, but in the next time, say they look at the productive. So if they have a productive, so they can give him second time, but if there are no production, so he will not get next time any funding.
Yeah.
Thank you. Professor Raed, maybe our last question.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Professor Mohammed Ubaidat, mashallah, 1,200 papers. So the role of technology. So how can technology and digital platforms enhance the international research collaborations? Please.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Raed. There is no doubt enabling technologies like video conferences, like interaction tool like Zoom, VooV, Tencent, that's a Chinese tool, which is very nice also, which is free actually, that you could use it. Teams and others, they made the world a global village, so we could communicate using these tools. The concern in international collaboration research using video conferences is security and privacy. Security and privacy of the data. You have data, if you exchange it, you don't know what happened there. Okay, there is, risk that it could be manipulated, and it could be also sent to the wrong people. So in such a case, using the cloud might be a safest approach. The collaborator internationally in research, they could use the cloud service in order to protect the data and also to have some privacy there. In addition, I would say that using AI tool is important, okay? Mm-hmm. AI tools can accelerate research productivity and in various ways, actually, in terms of literature review in terms of massaging the final version of the paragraph, in terms of finding previous related works, etc. So these tools, they have to be used, but with care. Yeah, these are my
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you.
With this, we close our session, and we will leave a few minutes for questions and answers. Yes, Professor.
Research, you know, I would like to say this is a dedication. You know, in a university or institution of higher learning, teaching and research are obligatory. Most of the universities, they are putting in a lot of effort and putting in figure, on promoting research. Since I have been heading a national science foundation in Pakistan, its mandate was to promote and advance science in the country. And I have been looking at all the data, infrastructure, logistic related to research, R&D. This was the organization which was established long ago in 1973, and it was established with the help, with the support of National Science Foundation of the US. Just analogous, Research is very important for all the university, the moderator, all the panelists, they know very well because in view of their long experience of working in different universities. I think for research, we have to do a lot of effort being the management of the university, as a leader of the university, because nowadays, if any university has to proliferate in this era, we have to do a lot of furious paid work. And we have to do a number of facets to reinforce the research portfolio. You know, internationalization, we've been discussing in the last panel, internationalization and research are just parallel, you see. We have to, if we have to carry out internationalization in a befitting manner, definitely we have to put in finger on research first of all. And what type of research? There is a simple model, ABC model, whereby you have to carry out fundamental research, then applied research, and then the third pillar is the commercialization. And if we can integrate all these three components, we are making headway. This is my point of view.
Thank you. Professor, there, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all your input. It was very interesting to listen to you. One thing that I missed in all your observations, and what is sometimes an obstacle for me, is that if you do research with people from other cultures and other countries, that you always have to deal with different rankings of journals. So I'm sometimes spend a lot of time talking about where to submit an article, because it should be a top-tier journal in every culture. And then, at least in human resource management, sometimes it is the case that in my country, Australia, it's a high top-tier journal, but in the UK it's not. So how do you handle
Professor
that kind
Claire,
of issues?
can you answer, please?
Yeah, it is an interesting issue because I'm from the UK, as you know, and I know in Australia you have this very tight listing. We don't have that at all. It's about being published and being seen, and it's not about quantity either. I notice people saying they've got thousands of papers, but we've been really taught that it's about the quality of the paper you write. And I mean, in pharmacy, none of our journals have a very high impact. So if you want to publish in a pharmacy journal, it's not going to have a high impact factor. And it's not about that, it's about the quality of the actual paper, and I think we have to just accept that Otherwise, it gets so complicated. I know because I've published more with Australians than anybody in my university, so it's an issue.
Thank you. Any other questions? So with this, we terminate our discussion, our panel discussion. Thank you all, our esteemed professors, for being with us.
الله يعطيك العافية.